I greet the loving earth beneath our feet. I greet the stars in the sky, the moonlight, and I greet you, dear listener. You honor me with the gift of your company this night. Congratulations for making it through another day. Whether you come tired, restless, or curious, the night has made space for you. If what we create here together resonates with you, feel free to like and subscribe, or simply say hello in your native tongue and tell me where you've joined me from, so that I myself may look up in the night and know we all bathe in the same moonlight. And if you can, imagine that same moonlight stretched above many roofs, above many streets, above many small rooms like this one. And in each room, someone is letting the day go, just like you. And share in the comfort that we are all children of the cosmos, listening to stories of old as our ancestors did before us. And if the stories I tell come from your family, your town, your lineage, your people, I beg, forgive my tongue if I miss any words. And know that I speak them with careful respect for the culture that kept them alive. And just between us, I know a certain elder that loves to tidy and keep things neat and clean. So if your thoughts start trying to fold themselves into neat rectangles, do not worry. That is simply him tidying the rooms of your thoughts gently, one corner at a time, so the rest you deserve can find you through all the mind clutter. Tonight we are going to sit with something quiet, not a loud thing, not a sharp thing. We are going to sit with a cool thing. And tonight we will treat that coolness as a material. White cloth, cool water, soft chalk dust, the feeling of clean linen. In the Yoruba imagination, there is an Òrìṣà whose presence is often described as cool. Not cool like fashionable, cool like shade, cool like clean water kept in a clay pot. In many accounts, that presence is Òbàtálá. And if you do not know this name, that is fine. You do not need to memorize a roster tonight. You only need one simple picture, a quiet worker, an artisan, someone who makes form. And because Yoruba tradition is rich with titles, we can honor Òbàtálá in a gentle way, with a few praise names. In Yoruba, praise names are often called Orìkí, and we speak of it carefully. We do not claim sacred recitation. We use the quiet version. Titles as gentle labels. A few Orìkí for Òbàtálá, the white cloth, the cool shade, the calm water, the steady hand, the patient maker, the sculptor of bodies, the keeper of gentle character, the one who teaches the cool head, the one who does not rush, the one who washes and rinses and folds, the one who takes responsibility, the protector of people shaped with differences, the elder who does not shout, the authority that stays quiet. And because we can be even more specific, we can turn those titles into small descriptions. The white cloth. Not just a cloth to wear, the cloth as a reminder. Be clean enough to be clear. The cool shade. Not shade that hides something, shade that rests something. The calm water. Water drawn and kept and offered without noise. The steady hand. The hand that does not shake because it is not rushing. The patient maker. the one who can do the same small motion 1,000 times. Press, smooth, press again. The sculptor of bodies, the one who shapes the curve of the ear without making a speech about it. The keeper of gentle character, the one who makes Iwapeleth feel like a material you can hold. The one who teaches the cool head, not by scolding, by cooling. The one who washes and rinses and folds, because cleanliness is also a kind of order, and order is one of the quiet ways a world stays livable. And if you like, we can add a second set. This one is closer to what you may see written in books. Proper praise names, older titles spoken softly. Òrìṣà, the great Òrìṣà, the arch-divinity. And because this can sound like a power claim, we can translate it into quiet language. It means this is an elder station. This is a foundational station. Òbàtálá, king of the white cloth. And in this language, this means the authority is wrapped. The authority is covered in softness. Ahla bahla she, the one with command, the one with divine authority. And in this language, this means the hand is steady. The work is completed. The sculptor, the one who makes bodies. And we can make that one very simple by repeating it as a job title. Job title: body maker, bone arranger, face shaper, ear folder, fingerprinter. And there is another title that appears often in Diaspora language: owner of all heads. And we will say it gently again: owner of all heads. Not owner as possession, owner as caretaker, owner as the one whose station cools the crown. And we can add one more title because we have already visited the land record. Osheremakbo, king of Ogbo. And in this language, this means the grove is older than the palace. The soil remembers before the crown speaks. And now, because catalogues are lullabies, we can repeat the titles in a shorter loop. Òrìṣà, Òbàtálá, Ahlabalashe, owner of heads, king of Ugbo. And if your mind cannot hold them, that is perfect. Sleep does not require memorization. Sleep only requires rhythm. And now, because a name can have more than one shape, we can note a gentle variation. Some people say Obatalá, some people say Òbàtálá, and some people say the name more quickly, like one soft breath. And across the ocean, names bend into new spellings. But the quiet assignment stays recognizable. White, cool, patient. And since we have time tonight, we can look at the name the way you look at cloth. Slowly, turning it in the hand. In some explanations, the name Òbàtálá is heard as a phrase, the king of the white cloth. And even if you do not speak Yoruba, you can feel what that phrase is doing. It is describing authority, but the authority is wrapped. Not in armor, in cloth. And cloth is soft power. Cloth does not cut. Cloth covers. Cloth cools. cloth signals cleanliness. Cloth signals intention. And this brings us back to Funfun. Because in many Yoruba framings, white is not treated as emptiness. White is treated as clarity, as spiritual cleanliness, as the quiet dignity of age. And it is important gently to say this in plain language. This whiteness is not about European skin. It is not a ranking of people. It is a color philosophy inside an African tradition. White here means luminous. White here means cool. White here means unclouded. And this is why chalk appears. A fun is not just a powder. It is a way of marking, a way of drawing a clean boundary. And you can imagine it very simply. The chalk touches the skin. It leaves a pale line. And the line says quietly, this space is cooled. And in the quiet version, you can use that without any ritual claim. You can simply imagine a clean white line around your bed. Not a wall, just a boundary that says the world stops here for the night. And now, because names and titles travel, you may also hear Òbàtálá called the Great Òrìṣà, the elder presence, the one whose work is not battle but form. And if you want one more gentle summary, we can say it like this. Ọbàtálá is the quiet authority of making, the authority of shaping, the authority of keeping the head cool enough to do the work. And because this is a story of rest, we will make the myth feel like a procedure. We will let it become a logbook. We will let it become a clean list of steps. But before we start listing tools and steps, we can do the most important sleep thing first. We can notice your breath. In the Yoruba language, breath is often spoken of as emi. It is more than just air. It is the small sign that life is still moving through you. Notice it now. In and out. And because Obatalá is associated with coolness, we can imagine the inhale as cool. Not cold, just cool, like the air near a window at night. And we can imagine the exhale as warm, slow, ordinary. We are not forcing anything tonight. We are not chasing anything. We are simply following a rhythm that already knows how to continue. Now, in many Yoruba accounts, Òbàtálá is connected to the making of human bodies. Not the making of breath, not the making of destiny, but the making of shape, the patient work of taking earth and giving it a face. And that idea alone can be calming, because it suggests that creation is not always thunder, it is not always fire. Sometimes it is just hands, pressing, smoothing, waiting. So tonight we will walk through a slow set of materials, and we will keep coming back to one simple texture: white cloth. Let us start with a small gentle definition. In Yoruba thought, there is a word often translated as coolness, and that word is close to Tútù, cool, settled, the opposite of hot, restless energy. And there is also a phrase that returns again and again when people speak about character. Iwa pele, gentle character, soft conduct, the kind of behavior that does not splash or burn. And in many stories, Ọbàtálá carries both of these as a kind of assignment: coolness and gentle character. And if you have never heard a culture treat coolness as a moral value, it can sound strange at first. But the longer you sit with it, the more it begins to feel practical. In a hot climate, heat is not just a feeling. Heat can spoil food. Heat can rot things faster. Heat can make tempers flare. So to value coolness is to value a kind of stability. Coolness means the water stays drinkable. Coolness means the clay stays workable. Coolness means the head stays steady. And a steady head in a community becomes a kind of medicine. So when Ọbàtálá is described as cool, it is not just an aesthetic. It is a whole philosophy. Move slowly. Keep things clean. Do not splash the world with your heat. And because the Yoruba pantheon contains many kinds of energies, this coolness has an opposite. Some powers are hot. Hot like iron in a forge. Hot like thunder in the sky. Hot like a road being cut through thick bush. Those hot energies are not always bad. They are necessary sometimes. They change things. But hot energy needs balancing. It needs a cool place to return to. And that cool place, in many tellings, is the domain of Òbàtálá. This is why the offerings lean toward white. White is not only a color. White is a temperature. White is a mood. White is a decision to keep things plain. And it is also why certain things are avoided. Not because the world is made of forbidden objects, but because symbols train the mind. To avoid palm wine in a lineage that tells the palm wine story is to keep the hand steady. To avoid red palm oil in a lineage that treats red as hot is to keep the altar cool. And to keep silence in certain rituals is to give the head a chance to settle. So if you are listening to this now, you do not have to become a devotee to understand the quiet lesson. The quiet lesson is simply this: coolness is allowed, gentleness is allowed, and rest is not a failure of productivity. So we will do what calm speech does well. We will make a list. Not a list you need to remember, just a list you can float beside. Coolness series. The coolness of shade on the skin. The coolness of water drawn from deep in a well. The coolness of a clay pot that has been sitting quietly in a corner. The coolness of a smooth stone kept in a pocket. The coolness of a clean floor in the early morning before footsteps. The coolness of cotton cloth after it has been washed and dried and folded. The coolness of breath when you stop rushing it. And because we are resting, we can let those images repeat. Shade, well water, clay pot, smooth stone, clean floor, folded cloth, quiet breath. And because we have time, we can make the list longer. Not longer for effort, longer for softness. The coolness of wet clay on the palms. The coolness of a damp towel after a long day. The coolness of coconut water when it touches the tongue. The coolness of a river stone that has been sitting underwater. The coolness of the air under a tree at midday. The coolness of a room after the rain has passed. The coolness of clean cotton laid over the eyes. The coolness of soap foam on the wrists. The coolness of a metal cup just filled with water. The coolness of a floor that has been swept and then sprinkled with a little water. The coolness of shade moving slowly as the sun shifts. The coolness of a quiet voice. The coolness of a slow answer. The coolness of waiting one extra moment before speaking. And now, because Ọbàtálá is a keeper of the cool head, we can do a tiny contrast. Hotness is a pot that wants to boil. Coolness is the pot taken off the fire and set down. Hotness is a rushed footstep. Coolness is the slow footstep that does not kick dust into the air. Hotness is a voice that rises. Coolness is a voice that stays level. And because we are not here to judge ourselves, we will not stay with hotness. We will return to the coolest again. The coolness of a clean bowl. The coolness of water poured slowly so it does not splash. The coolness of rinsing your hands and letting the water run over the knuckles. The coolness of wiping a surface until it is plain again. The coolness of folding cloth into a neat rectangle. The coolness of setting something down and not picking it back up. The coolness of deciding that a thought can wait until morning. Now let us do the other gentle definition. White, and not white as an empty color. In many Yoruba framings, white can be described as Funfun. Not just pale, but luminous, clean, clear. And because it is night, we can treat Funfun as a gentle spectrum. Not one white, many whites. We can make a white series. The white of cotton, soft, fibrous, holding air. The white of chalk dust, fine, powdered, quiet on the fingertips. The white of cloud, wide, soft-edged, slow. The white of bone, steady, structured, silent. The white of foam at the edge of water, brief, light, but disappearing. And now, because repetition is older than any lullaby, we can list them again. Cotton, chalk, cloud, bone, foam. And because Ọbàtálá is called the king of the white cloth, we can widen the white series. The white of eggshell, thin, fragile, still protective. The white of yam flesh when it is first cut. Starchy, plain, quietly nourishing. The white of rice in a bowl, many small grains, many small pieces of patience. The white of shea butter when it is fresh, smooth, slightly glossy, melting with warmth. The white of beadwork, round, cool, quiet against the skin. The white of moonlight when it falls on cloth, not bright, just enough to outline edges. The white of a line of chalk drawn on the ground, a boundary, a calm instruction. And now, because we are allowed to be slow, we can ask a simple question. How does white cloth become white cloth? Not in one dramatic moment, in many small steps. Cloth making steps slowly. Step 1. Cotton is gathered. It is not gathered quickly. It is gathered the way you pick small clouds from a bush. Step 2. The cotton is cleaned. Seeds removed. Bits of leaf removed. little thorns removed. Step 3, the cotton is fluffed, pulled apart, made airy again, like loosening a tight thought. Step 4, the cotton is spun, and this is one of the gentlest motions in the world. Twist, twist again, and the soft cloud becomes a thread. Step 5, the thread is wound around a spindle, around a small stick, around anything that can hold a circle of patience. Step 6, the thread is set on a loom, and a loom is another kind of pattern. Threads running one way, threads running the other way, and the cloth is created where they cross. Over, under, over, under, and in that repetition the cloth appears. Step 7, the cloth is washed, rinsed, wrung out, laid out. Step 8, the cloth is dried, and when it dries it holds a memory of sun and air, not as a scent you must focus on, just as a quiet cleanliness. Step 9, the cloth is folded, edges aligned, corners meeting, crease smoothed by a palm. And now, without any drama, the white cloth is ready. And so when we say Ọbàtálá wears white, we can also hear a quiet message. Be clean, be cool, be patient enough to do the small steps. This is the first soft station of our night. Coolness and white. And now, gently, we can step backward. Because many Òbàtálá stories are also creation stories. Stories about how land became land, and how bodies became bodies. In many tellings, there is a time when the world below was mostly water. Not a dramatic stormy ocean, just water, wide, patient. Above it there is Orìkí, the sky, the realm of what is not yet solid. Below it there is Ahye, the world, the place where feet will someday stand. And in many accounts, there is a source who is not approached directly every day. The distant source, the owner of the sky, the one whose name is spoken softly. We call this source Olódùmarè. Now, to keep things calm, we will treat the creation story as a slow memory. In the telling, a few quiet tools are set aside. We can name them one by one, not as a checklist, as a way of noticing what the story cares about. Tools for descent. One chain, not a rope, a chain. One container of earth, often spoken of as a shell, and in some tellings spoken of as a satchel. One bird, often spoken of as a hen, sometimes a dove, and one seed or nut for the first tree. And in some tellings, one more quiet thing travels too, a black cat, not as an omen, just as company on the first small island of dry ground. Let us take them slowly. The chain first. Do not imagine it swinging wildly. This is not an action scene. Imagine the chain as something carefully lowered, link by link, quietly. Each link is cool metal. Each link is a closed circle. Each link makes a small sound only when it touches the next. We can follow the chain the way you follow a long garment. Top, middle, bottom. And because the mind likes gentle repetition, we can count the links without needing the exact number. One link, then another, then another, then another. And over time, the chain becomes a ladder. Not a wooden ladder, a ladder made of patience. And because Òbàtálá is linked to careful workmanship, we can look at the chain a little longer. In some tellings, the chain is said to be golden. And gold, in this language, is not flashy. It is simply a metal that does not rush to rust. It is stable. It keeps its color. Imagine the chain catching a small amount of light. Not a glare, just a soft warmth on the metal. Now imagine the weight of it in the hand. Not too heavy enough to be real. And imagine the sound again. Not clanging, just the small click of circles touching. Click, click, click. And we can treat the chain like a series of crossings. Each link is a crossing point. Each link says quietly, this connects to that. And in many Yoruba cosmologies, that is what the spiritual world does. It connects. It bridges. It makes a path where there was only distance. So the chain is not just a tool. It is a method. It is a gentle instruction. Do not jump. Do not rush. Go link by link. Now the container. In many tellings, it is a snail shell. And because we are resting, we can let ourselves look closely at a shell. It is a spiral, turning inward again, like a thought that keeps circling back to rest. The shell holds earth, and the shell also reminds us of another gentle thing. The snail itself, slow, patient, never in a hurry. In many accounts, the snail is linked to Obatalá. And it makes sense if you think about it in the calm way. The snail carries its home. The snail carries a spiral of protection on its back. The snail leaves a cool trail, not a flashy trail, a damp, quiet line on the ground. So the snail becomes another lesson in Tútù. Move slowly. Do not crack the shield. Keep the work cool. Sand, loose soil. And if we want to be very specific, we can notice sand. Each grain is small. Each grain is a tiny stone. Some grains are pale. Some grains are darker. Some grains are sharp-edged. Some grains are rounded by water. And when you pour sand, it makes a sound like quiet rain. A soft hiss, not a loud sound, a soft sound. Now, the bird. We do not need to make the bird heroic. It is just a bird doing bird work. Scratching, spreading, turning one pile into a wider surface. And there is something comforting about this. The world in this telling begins with a very ordinary motion. Scratching, spreading, making room. So the procedure becomes simple. Step 1. Lower the chain. Step 2. Pour the earth onto water. Step 3. Let the bird spread it. Step 4. Wait. And in many tellings, the first place where the earth spreads is named Ele Efe, the house of expansion, the land that spreads. And we can pause here and do a micro recap. We have coolness, we have white cloth, we have a chain, we have a shell of sand, and we have a bird that scratches. Now, instead of rushing forward, we can do what slow history does best. We can survey. We can take notes on the land the moment it appears. Let us survey the new ground. The top layer is dry, powdered, loose. The layer beneath is damped, cool, holding together. There are shallow ridges where the bird scratched, small lines, small grooves. There are places where the sand is thicker and places where it is thin. And because water is patient, there are places where water still shines through. Small pools, quiet puddles, the earliest mirror surfaces. Now we can name a few first landmarks. First landmarks, not mountains yet, not cities, just gentle differences. One small rise in the ground, one shallow dip, one place where the sand is packed tighter, one place where it is soft enough to hold a footprint. And because this is a creation story, we can treat the first footprint as an administrative detail. The ground is firm enough. The ground can accept weight. The ground can hold shape. And if we want to be truly detailed, we can linger on that sentence. The ground can hold shape. Because before this, nothing could hold anything. Water holds, but it also releases. Mist holds, but only briefly. So for the world to become a world, it needs a surface that remembers. And that remembering happens through texture. So we can write a short survey report. Survey report. First ground, early condition. Soil texture. There is dust on the top because dust is the first polite layer. It is fine. It lifts when you breathe near it. It settles again without complaint. Under the dust there is loam. Not rich loam yet. There are no fallen leaves to darken it. But it is the beginning of a middle texture. Under the loam there is clay. Cool, heavy, sticking to the fingers if you press them in. And somewhere mixed into the clay there is grit. Little stones, little hard points. The beginning of what will one day be gravel and then rock and then mountains. Water behavior. Water does not change its nature just because there is land. Water still wants to gather. It still wants to find the lowest point. It still wants to sit and reflect. So as the sand spreads, water begins to practice its future habits. It makes a puddle, then another puddle. It makes a thin line where it leaks from one low place to the next. And that thin line is the beginning of a stream. Not a river you can sail, just a small moving thought of water. And in some tellings, this water has a name. Olokun. The deep sea, the old marsh, the part of the world that was here first. And in those tellings, the first island is not only a success, it is also a question. What is the boundary between water and shore? Some accounts say the sea does not like being covered without being asked, and so the sea answers in the way the sea knows, with waves, not as a monster, as water returning to what water was. And for a while the new land learns a slow lesson, that creation is also negotiation. In some tellings, help comes through divination. Orunmila, the listener of patterns, the one who hears the quiet instruction. And in some tellings, the answer is a boundary, a shore that is agreed upon, a place where water can touch land without taking it back. And in some tellings, the answer is a calabash, a gourd made large enough to hold seeds, large enough to hold a future. And whether the myth gives you a boundary or a calabash, the feeling is the same. The deep water of dreams meets the solid ground of waking life, and the two learn how to share a coastline. Sound. The sound of the bird scratching fades, because the bird gets tired, because the work becomes routine, and the new land becomes quieter. The sound that replaces scratching is the smallest sound of settling. Grains of sand sliding into place, little collapses that are not dramatic. Just the world learning how to be firm. Light. The surface begins to catch light differently than water. Water reflects like a mirror. Land absorbs a little and returns a softer glow. And in this soft glow, you can already see the first hint of the white cloth idea. Not cloth yet, but a surface that looks matte, settled, quiet. And now we can notice a few small things. Small early objects. A pebble with one smooth side and one rough side. A clump of clay that sticks to itself. A shell imprint left in the sand. A thin line where water ran, then stopped. And if we stay with these small things, the mind stops trying to jump ahead. It settles into the present. And the present in this story is simple. And in some tellings, there is one more quiet step before the workshop of bodies begins. Because a world is not only land, a world is also light. In one less commonly repeated but deeply practical account, Òbàtálá looks at the new ground and notices a simple problem. The ground exists, it can hold shape, but it is cold and it is dark. Not dark like night with stars, not dark like a dramatic cave, dark like a room before the lamp is lit, dark like early morning fog before you can tell where the road begins. And because Òbàtálá is a project-minded presence, we can treat this myth like a small request filed in an office. Request form. Request title, Light for the New Land. Requester, Òbàtálá. Destination, Olódùmarè. Reason for request. The land is too cold. The land is too dim. Desired outcome. Warmth. Clarity. The ability to see the shape of what has been made. And because this is a quiet story, we do not need to imagine a dramatic audience in a throne room. We can imagine something simpler. We can imagine that the request is noticed and that a response is created. In this telling, Olódùmarè answers by creating the sun. And we can treat the sun not as a blazing drama, but as an installed fixture, like a lamp hung in the ceiling of the world. It turns on, not with a bang, with a gradual brightening. And now we can do the slow thing again. We can notice the light the way we noticed the sand. First light. At first, it is not a sharp beam. It is a broad wash, a slow spreading. It touches the damp clay under the dust, and the clay warms slightly, the way a cold pot warms when you set it near a fire. It touches the surface of the puddles, and the puddles begin to glitter in a quiet way. And it touches the pale sand, and the sand looks less grey and more like itself. And because light changes by degrees, we can make a series. The light series. First dawn light, not bright, just enough to separate one texture from another. Dawn light makes edges appear. It makes the ridge of a footprint visible. It makes the scratch lines of the bird visible. Then morning light, slightly warmer, slightly clearer. Morning light makes the water behave differently. It lifts a little mist from the surface of puddles. Then midday light, steady, direct. Midday light makes shadows small. It makes the world look simple. Then afternoon light, softer again, longer shadows. Afternoon light makes the ground look like cloth. Wrinkles become hills. Creases become small valleys. Then dusk light, thin, cool. Dusk light is the light that teaches the body to stop working. It says quietly it is time to slow down. And because this is an episode about white cloth, we can note what light does to white. White under dawn is gentle. White under midday is plain. White under afternoon is warm. White under dusk is grayed and soft. So the creation of the sun in this telling is also a creation of a schedule. Work time, rest time, warm time, cool time. And now we can do a micro recap because we have added a new tool to the world. We have land that holds shape. We have light that reveals shape. And the next steps can be done with less strain. And once land can hold shape, the next work becomes possible. The shaping of bodies. Now there are variations here. Some tellings place Òbàtálá as the one who comes down to make the land. Some tellings place other hands in the project. And some tellings focus on Òbàtálá as the one who shapes the human form. Tonight, we do not need to settle every version. We can simply stay with the slow image, hands working with clay. Imagine a workshop, not a loud workshop, no hammers, no sparks, just clay and water and patience. If you have ever watched someone knead dough, you know the rhythm. Press, fold, turn, press again. Now replace dough with clay. Cool clay, damp clay, clay that smells like rain. And because we are being very procedural, we can list the stations of making a person. Station 1, form. Station 2, breath. Station 3, direction. And because myths often include practical add-ons, we can add a fourth item that is not cosmic at all. After a person has form, breath, and direction, they still need something simple. Tools. In some tellings, after the first humans are made, Òbàtálá gives them a small tool set. not iron. Iron belongs in many accounts to other stations. This set is quieter. Early tools, a copper knife, and a wooden hoe. And because we are doing slow history, we can treat this as a handover document. Handover document. Item 1. Copper knife. Copper is a soft metal compared to iron. It has a warmer color. It looks like old sunlight. And in a quiet mood, a copper knife is not a weapon. It is a kitchen tool. It is for cutting yam, for slicing plant material. It is a tool that says you will eat, you will prepare food, you will live in ordinary rhythms. We can look at the knife by parts. The blade, thin, shining slightly, not too sharp for drama, sharp enough for work. The handle, warm in the palm, smooth from use, and even the act of sharpening can be made calm. Sharpening log, stone, water, slow strokes, back and forth, not angry, just steady. Item 2. Wooden hoe. Wood is a patient material. It comes from a tree that had time. It holds grain like a river map. And a hoe is not a glamorous object. It is a tool that says the world will be tended. We can look at the hoe, the handle, long, smooth in the middle, rougher at the ends, the blade end, flat, broad, made for moving soil. And now, because we have tools, we can imagine the first human day as a schedule, not a heroic quest, a routine. First day schedule, tool edition. Morning. The hoe turns the soil. Small mounds, small ridges. Midday. The knife slices food. The hands prepare. Evening. The tools are cleaned. The tools are set down. And in this story, that is the point. Creation does not end with the gods. It continues with the small work of ordinary days. In many tellings, Òbàtálá is associated with the first station. Form. Let us watch the hands. They take a lump of clay. They place it on a surface. They add a little water. Not too much water. Just enough to keep the clay from cracking. And then the shaping begins. Thumbs press in to make the hollow of the chest. Fingers pinch to make the bridge of the nose. Palms smooth the curve of the shoulder. And because repetition is gentle, we can say it again. Press, pinch, smooth. And with each small motion, clay becomes a quiet vessel. Not a statue for a shelf, a vessel for life. Now, because we have a lot of time tonight, we can make the workshop very quiet. We can name body parts, features, the forehead, the brow, the eyelids, the curve of the ear, the simple oval of the mouth, the hollow at the base of the neck, the soft rounding of the shoulder, the elbow, the wrist, the palm, the knuckle, the fingertip, the hip, the knee, the ankle, the heel, the sole of the foot. And because the point is to drift, we can pick one item and describe it too slowly. Let us pick the hand. In clay, the hand begins as a simple paddle shape, flat, wide enough to be useful. Then the fingers are separated, not violently, just carefully. One small groove pressed in for the first finger, another groove for the next, and then the fingertips, which are the smallest soft tools of a human life. Fingerprints are like tiny cloth patterns, lines that repeat, loops, whirls, and those lines in the mythic imagination are not an accident. They are the signature of careful work. Now let us pick the ear. The ear is a small bowl. It holds sound, it funnels sound, and it is made out of folds, fold over fold like cloth. One ridge, another ridge, a small hollow where quiet sounds can sit. Now let us pick the foot, because the foot is where land and body meet. The heel is a rounded stone. The arch is a small bridge. The toes are little anchors. And in the earliest world, the first footstep is the first agreement. The land agrees to hold you, and you agree to move gently across it. And now we can return to the whole list again, not to memorize, but to soften. Forehead, ear, hand, foot. And if your mind wanders while we list, that is fine. This is what minds do when they are allowed to rest. Now, in Yoruba metaphysics, the body is sometimes called Ara, the physical vessel, the shape that holds you. And here, because we are talking about bodies, we can add a gentle note from the Ifa tradition. In many accounts, Òbàtálá is spoken of as male, an elder, a father figure. But in the deeper logic of the story, the maker of bodies cannot be limited to one body type, because the maker is responsible for all shapes. So some traditions describe Òbàtálá as containing both generative capacities, not as a modern argument, as an old mythic practicality. And in the indigenous Ife memory, there is also a pairing sometimes mentioned. Ihmowo, not the great water mother whose name can sound similar. This is a different name in the Ife story. In some tellings, Yehmowo is described as the wife of Òbàtálá. And we do not need romance here. We can treat it like a design diagram. Two principles, heaven leaning toward earth, earth leaning toward heaven. And the point of the pairing is not drama. The point is balance. The point is that creation is not one-handed. And when the religion crosses oceans, this flexibility appears again in the language of roads. Some roads are described as very old and masculine. Some roads are described as feminine. And some roads are simply described as beyond gender. So we can do a calm range of forms, not to label anyone, but to soften the mind. Human form as a reminder that Òbàtálá works with variety. Young bodies, old bodies, strong bodies, fragile bodies, bodies that move quickly, bodies that move slowly, bodies that see clearly, bodies that see differently, bodies that hear easily, bodies that hear differently, male bodies, female bodies, bodies that do not fit tidy boxes. And now, because we are resting, we will not analyze. We will only let the list be what it is. And once the aura is shaped, in many tellings, breath is given by the distant source. Ekmi. The clay chest rises and falls, and the vessel becomes alive. But there is still one more station, and this station is one of the calmest ideas you can carry into sleep. It is the idea of Ori, the inner head, the place where your life has direction. In many tellings, there is a Pottery associated with the shaping of heads. Ajala Mopin, the potter of heads. And we can picture Ajala Mopin's place as a filing cabinet. Rows, shelves, quiet clay forms waiting in order. And because this is a story of rest, we will not rush through the shelves. We will open one drawer, and we will look at what is inside. In this mythic imagination, a head is not only bone. It is also pattern. It is also direction. So, Ajala Mopin's place becomes a warehouse for directions, and not a neat warehouse. An old one, with clay dust in the corners, with shelves that creak softly when you touch them. And on those shelves are heads. Some look like pots, some look like calabashes, some look like smooth stones. And because we are being calm, we can notice conditions the way a careful person notices bowls in a kitchen. Head conditions. Some heads feel solid. When you tap them, they answer with a clean sound. Some heads feel soft, under-fired, as if they could dent under pressure. Some heads feel brittle, overfired, as if one sharp surprise could crack them. Some heads are a little lopsided, not ruined, just uneven. And because the research tradition also describes humans choosing their Ori, we can slow down and make a protocol. Selection protocol. Step 1. Enter the shop. And because this is myth, the shop is not a building you can find on a street. It is a place in Orun, the sky realm. Step 2. Greet the potter. Ajala Mopin. The greeting is not a speech. It is a bow of the head. It is a small pause. Step 3. Look at the shelves without panic. Because the shelves are crowded, they are not organized like a modern store. This is not a showroom with bright lights and clear labels. This is a messy workshop. Clay dust, half-finished pieces, fingerprints everywhere. And because the shop is messy, the choosing is risky. Not risky as a thriller. Risky as a reminder. You do not always know what you are picking until you live inside it. Step 4. Choose. And now we can do the gentle part. We can consider possible heads the way we consider bowls. Ori types in brief. There is a head of steady patience. It feels cool when you touch it. It does not rush. There is a head of quick temper. It feels warmer. It crackles slightly like dry leaves. There is a head of long life. It is thick clay, well fired. There is a head of short life. Thin walls, easy to chip. There is a head of clear thinking. smooth surface, quiet inside. There is a head of restless thinking, little bumps, little sharp points. There is a head of good fortune. It feels warm in a pleasant way, like sunlight on cloth. There is a head of difficult fortune. It feels heavy, like wet cloth you have to carry. There is a head that loves to plan. It makes lists. It counts. There is a head that forgets plans easily. It drifts. It wanders. There is a head that holds grief like a stone. Quiet. Heavy. There is a head that holds joy like water. Moving. Refreshing. And because this is a myth, the list is not meant to be a punishment. It is meant to be a teaching about humility. You do not control everything you carry. You do not always choose wisely. And you are still part of the world. And now we can add the key theological distinction in one calm sentence. Òbàtálá shapes the Ara. Ajala Mopin shapes the Ori. And this is why Yoruba thought can say two things at once without contradiction. Someone can look beautiful and still have a difficult life. Someone can look unusual and still have a blessed path. And the gentlest part of this idea is that the outside does not guarantee the inside. Someone can have a beautiful era and still carry a heavy head. Someone can have a difficult era and still carry a light head. And that is a quiet correction to the world's shallow habits, because it means you cannot know a person's destiny by looking quickly. You have to greet them. You have to listen. You have to give them time. And now, for sleep, we can translate that philosophy into a simple comfort. If your mind feels heavy tonight, it is not a moral failure. It is a condition that can be cooled. It can be rinsed. It can be softened with time. So we return to the short list just to let it settle. Some heads are smooth and steady. Some heads are rougher. Some heads are heavy with worry. Some heads are light with ease. And the idea is not that life is fixed like a cage. The idea is simply that each person carries an inner altar. Your Ori is the closest sacred space you will ever have. It is right there, behind the forehead, under the scalp, quietly observing. And here is where our Òbàtálá returns again in many diaspora traditions, as a kind of owner of heads, not because he owns you like property, but because he is associated with the coolness of the head, the settling of thought, the return of clarity. And since we are already here, we can do a short head cooling meditation. Imagine a clean white cloth. It is damp with cool water. It is placed gently at the crown of the head, not pressing, just resting. And as it rests, the thought sounds get quieter. Not gone, just quieter. This is a simple image. Cool cloth, cool head. Now we come to one of the best parts of the Òbàtálá stories, because it is a story about imperfection handled with responsibility. In one widely known cautionary tale, palm wine appears, and we can hold it as a quiet caution. The day the hands were not steady. A day of heat, a day of thirst. The work of shaping bodies is slow. It takes time. It takes attention. And in the stories, the new world is warm. The clay is drying. The workshop is thirsty. And so in the story, Òbàtálá drinks palm wine, not as a villain, not as a cruel act, just as a mistake. And with that mistake, the hands slip. The clay forms vary. The bodies are shaped with differences. And later, when clarity returns, remorse appears. And here is the important sleep lesson. The response in many tellings is not rejection. The response is protection, responsibility, a vow. No more palm wine. No more work done with an unsteady hand. And the people shaped with differences are not pushed away. They are gathered in. They are treated as belonging. And there is a phrase you may hear in this space. Eni Òrìṣà. The people of the Òrìṣà, not pushed to the edge, held close to the white cloth. And in some praise lines, the image is simple. He walks with the slow. He keeps company with the ones the world tries to rush past. He does not turn away. So if you ever need a gentle thought for the night, you can take this one. In this worldview, the world holds imperfect bodies with dignity. And the one responsible does not hide. He takes responsibility. He becomes a protector. And now, with that lesson placed gently on the table, we can return to the white cloth again. Because in many tellings, Obatalá is called the king of white cloth. And we can treat the cloth as another set of quiet habits. White cloth kept with care. The cloth must be clean. The cloth must be plain. The cloth must be washed and rinsed until the water runs clear. The cloth must be dried without smoke. The cloth must be folded. The cloth must be stored away from red dye and palm oil stains. And because routine has its own music, we can describe washing slowly. Water is collected. Cool water. Water that has been sitting quietly in a pot. The cloth is lowered. It darkens slightly as it becomes wet. It is pressed under the surface. It is lifted and squeezed. Water runs out in small streams. It is rubbed gently between hands. No rushing, no anger. Then it is rinsed. Once, twice, 3 times. And each rinse is a quiet statement. We return to clarity. We return to coolness. And since we are already washing and rinsing, we can visit another story. A story where Òbàtálá is not making the world. He is simply walking through it. And the world, as worlds do, keeps offering small inconveniences. In one widespread telling, Òbàtálá decides to travel, to visit Ṣàngó. And before the journey, there is a quiet instruction. Be patient. Do not retaliate. Keep your coolness. And because the story is practical, it also includes a packing list. Packing list. 3 changes of white cloth, not 1, 3, which is a very calm number for a journey. 1 to wear, 1 to change into, 1 to keep in reserve. Now imagine the road, not a dramatic highway, just a road with dust and shrubs and the ordinary sound of sandals. And along the road a figure appears, a shoe, and we do not need to make him scary tonight. we can treat him as the principle of complication. The principle that a road always includes a test of patience. In this telling, Eshu asks for help lifting a pot of palm oil. And palm oil is red, bright, staining. So the pot tips, and the red oil spills, and the white cloth is no longer white. And this is the moment where the story could become loud. But it does not. Ọbàtálá does not shout. He does not chase. He does not argue on the roadside. He goes to water. He washes the cloth. And because procedure can be soothing, we can repeat the washing steps. Lower, soak, press, rub, rinse, wring. Then he changes into the next set of white cloth. And the road continues. And then the taste repeats, because some stories are built on repetition. This time, in some versions, the pot holds charcoal, black dust, dry, clingy, and the charcoal falls, and the white cloth takes on grey smudges. And once again, Ọbàtálá chooses the quiet response. Waters, washing, rinsing, changing into the next cloth. And then in some tellings there is a third stain. Palm kernel oil, thick, sticky, slow to leave the fibers. And once again the response is the same. Water, patience, coolness. So by the time Ọbàtálá arrives, the story has already given us its lesson 3 times. Do not be ruled by stains. Do not let small accidents turn you hot. And if you need to, wash, rinse, change. Now the next part of the myth is also a practical detail. Ọbàtálá reaches the town of Ṣàngó, and he moves toward the palace area. And near the stables there is confusion, a missing horse. And in the tired logic of a busy place, an exhausted traveler becomes an easy suspect. So in this telling, Ọbàtálá is accused. And because he is following the instruction of patience, he does not defend himself with a loud speech. He is held. He waits. Time passes. And now, in many versions, the story uses a number. 7 years. And because 7 years is too long to imagine as drama, we will imagine it as a slow record. Rain record. Week 1, little rain. Week 2, less. Week 3, thin clouds. Month after month, the entries grow smaller. Crop record. Yam mounds dry. Leaves curl. The soil cracks. Household record. People speak more softly. People count more carefully. People wait for relief. And in the logic of the myth, the town is reflecting the injustice, not as a revenge, as a consequence. So Ṣàngó consults the oracle, and the oracle points to the quiet mistake. An elder of immense coolness is being held wrongly. And so the release is also quiet. The door opens. White cloth is brought. Food is prepared. Water is poured. And with the release, the record changes. Clouds return. Rain returns. The land softens. And we do not need to make this triumphant. we can make it ordinary. The world becomes livable again. And because our night is built on cloth and washing, we can note a quiet echo of this myth in the Diaspora. In Brazilian practice, there are water rituals for Oxalá that are done in silence. No loud drumming, no noisy celebration, just washing, just water, just white cloth. And now we can return to our main table of materials again. Coolness, white cloth, patience that is stronger than shouting. Now we will add a small scholarly note, but very gently. Some accounts remember Òbàtálá not only as a cosmic artisan, but also as a sign of historical memory. Stories sometimes hold politics inside them, like seeds inside fruit. In some tellings, while Òbàtálá is delayed, another figure completes the land project, Odùduwà. And in some versions, the detail is very specific. There is a satchel of sand, there is the bird, and for a moment, while one brother sleeps off the palm wine, the other brother steps in. The satchel is lifted, the hen is carried, and the work continues quietly, not as an insult, as a reminder that the world can keep moving even when we rest. And the result is not a loud war story. The result is a division of roles. One role for political authority, one role for spiritual authority. It becomes a calm agreement. And you can think of it like this. Someone can sit on a stool, and someone can bless the stool. Both roles matter. And so, in some histories, Òbàtálá is linked to the authority that legitimizes kings, and Odùduwà is linked to the authority that governs a town. And because this is night, we do not need to argue about it. We only need to notice the shape. The shape is reconciliation. The shape is patience. And in the living culture of Ili Ife, this reconciliation is remembered in festival form. And festivals for sleep can become schedules. So let us treat the Itapa festival as a calendar entry. Calendar entry, Itapa. The priests go to a grove. They keep to quiet rules. They wait. Days pass, not one day, many days. Then they return. They are greeted. There are gifts, kola nuts, small offerings of respect. And in this calendar logic, the point is simple. The political house and the spiritual house acknowledge each other. They keep the peace. And because we are telling a quiet story, it is worth noting something quietly amusing. Some titles for Òbàtálá's priests are linked to sleep itself. And because we like specifics, we can name a title or two just once in the calm way. Title directory, Òbàlésun. In some tellings, also said as Òbàlúrẹ́rù. The high priest in Eleh Ife, and the meaning often given is gently perfect for a sleep project. One who worships with sleep. And because the Itapa festival is also a memory of reconciliation, the directory includes a counterpart. Obamere, the war general in the Odùduwà story memory. And we will not treat that as a threat tonight. We will treat it as a reminder that politics always has two kinds of tools. The tool of force and the tool of legitimacy. And there is another role that appears in festival life across Yoruba regions. Arugba, the calabash carrier. And again, we do not need drama. We can treat the calabash as a container of quiet items: water, chalk, small white objects that do not need to be announced loudly. And now, because this episode is also about history, we can add a small archive note. Archive note. Some historians and oral traditions speak of an older population in the Ile-Ife area. Ugbo, also glossed sometimes as Igbo in the Ife context, but not the same as the larger ethnic name used elsewhere in Nigeria. And we can treat this as a land record rather than a conquest story. Land record. Before the palace there is the grove. Before the crown there is the soil. And in this memory, Òbàtálá is linked to the older relationship with the land. This is why one of his epithets is remembered as the King of Ugbo, or Sheremagbo. And if you do not remember that word, it is fine. We are only using it to show that myths sometimes store historical labels the way cloth stores scent. And with that archive note placed gently on the table, we can return to the Itapa schedule again and make it slightly more detailed. Itapa schedule expanded. There is a ritual confrontation. Not a real battle, more like a performed argument. And in the ritual logic, the Òbàtálá side is defeated and retreats to the grove. Ekbo Itapa, the place where the grove holds the memory. And then there is a number. 7 days. And because 7 days is a calm unit of time, we can make a week record. Week record. Day 1, arrive, sweep, sit. Day 2, washcloth, hang cloth, wait. Day 3, draw water, keep silence, wait. Day 4, greet elders, share cola, wait. Day 5, repair small things, fold cloth, wait. Day 6, repeat what is clean, repeat what is cool, wait. Day 7, return. And then the return is a ritual of recognition. The palace comes out. The grove is greeted. Gifts are offered. Cola is shared. And the message is performed rather than argued. Political authority needs spiritual legitimacy. And spiritual authority, in turn, does not need to sit on a stool to matter. Sleep, in this context, is not laziness. It is a method. It is a way of receiving messages without noise. So the Itapa calendar can be imagined as a very long, very orderly nap schedule. Not a nap with cartoons. A nap with ritual rules. We can picture the grove, trees standing still, shade doing its work, ground swept clean, white cloth hanging where the breeze can touch it. And we can picture the festival not as a crowd scene, but as a sequence of small tasks. Task 1, arrive. Task 2, greet the space. Task 3, sweep. Task 4, sit. Task 5, wait. And because the myth is also a memory of conflict resolved, we can imagine a ritualized disagreement that is softened by repetition. Not a real fight, a reenactment. A way of remembering that peace takes maintenance. Then, after the grow period, there is the return. And returns in this language are always simple. Someone comes out to greet. Gifts are offered. Kola nut is shared. Words are spoken quietly. And the lesson is performed without needing a lecture. The state depends on justice. The palace depends on the grove. Authority depends on humility. And because we are resting, we can let that idea repeat in a shorter form. Palace, groves, greeting, gift. Now, because we have time, we will widen our lens slightly. We will talk about offerings, not as magic tricks, as logistics. Ọbàtálá's offerings in many lineages stay in the white palette, and this is perfect for sleep, because white foods are quiet foods. White offerings: water, clean water, cool water, chalk often called ifun, white cloth, pounded yam often called ayan, white foods cooked without red palm oil. In some places, snail often called iegbin. And we can list the taboos as a quiet set of kitchen notes. Kitchen notes: avoid palm wine. In many lineages, avoid red palm oil. In some lineages, avoid salt and keep things clean. And because the research notes include a longer taboo list, we can add a few more lines in a calm, non-judgmental way. Iwa notes expanded. Avoid palm wine because the story remembers the unsteady hand. Avoid red palm oil in many lineages because red is treated as hot. Avoid salt in some lineages because salt dries and hardens, and Obatalá is associated with cool, workable creation. And there is another taboo that can sound surprising if you have never heard it before. In some lineages, dogs are avoided. And because we are doing quiet narration, we will not make it frightening. We will treat it as a classification system. Classification note: the dog is often linked to Ogun in many Yoruba associations. And Òbàtálá, in contrast, prefers the slow, wet coolness of the snail. So the taboo is not a hatred of an animal. It is a way of keeping the altar in its own palette. Hot tools belong to hot stations. Cool tools belong to cool stations. And now we can do the quiet version of ritual logistics. How does a white offering become a white offering? Offering preparation log. Water. In some descriptions, water for Òbàtálá is drawn from the coolest, deepest part of a spring. It is left to sit. It becomes still. Chalk. Ifun is kept dry. It is used as a clean mark, not as decoration. Yam. Ayan is pounded until it is smooth. And in the white palette, it is served without red stew. And sometimes a white soup is mentioned. Melon seed soup. Thick, pale, quiet. And the cooking fat in many lineages is kept out of the red category. Clear oil or pale butter. Not because red is evil, but because the station is cool. And now the snail. In ritual descriptions, the snail is valued for its cool fluid, not for spectacle, for cooling. And if you do not want to think about sacrifice tonight, you can simply keep the symbol. The snail is slow. The snail is wet. The snail leaves a cool trail. And if you wonder why the snail and the cloth belong in the same palette, there is a quiet story that explains it. In some tellings, there are powerful forces, sometimes called the mothers. Not mothers in the everyday sense. Mothers as a name for deep old power. And we will not describe them as monsters. We will describe them as a problem of heat. The world becomes too hot, too tense, too sharp. And in the mythic logic, some figures try to solve this with more heat, more force, more noise. But Òbàtálá approaches the problem the way he approaches most things, with Tútù, coolness. We can treat it like a diplomacy log. Diplomacy log. Goals: reduce heat without creating new heat. Tools selected: white cloth, cool water, and the snail. And the snail is important here because the snail is wet. It carries coolness on its body. It is slow enough to be respectful. So Òbàtálá does not arrive with weapons. He arrives with offerings, with a surface that can cover heat without smothering it. White cloth is used like a soft boundary, not a wall, a cover. And the message is simple. You belong in the world, but you do not have to burn the world. And in that mythic logic, the world cools, not by erasing power, by integrating it. And that is one of the deepest lessons in the Òbàtálá corpus. Violence is not always the tool. Sometimes the tool is a cloth. Sometimes the tool is water. Sometimes the tool is patience. And now we can return to our kitchen notes again. Now imagine preparing a simple plate. No strong spices, no bright red stew. Just white, soft, plain textures. The yam is pounded. It becomes smooth. It becomes elastic. It is set on a plate. It steams quietly. Water is poured into a simple cup. No fancy glass. Just a vessel. Chalk is kept aside. Dry. White. Cloth is folded. Clean. Ready. And now we will do another micro recap because the night is long and the mind likes a gentle return. We have the cool breath. We have the white series. We have the chain and the sand and the bird. We have the clay workshop. We have the inner head. And we have the vow. Now, because Òbàtálá is known across oceans as well as across towns, we can allow the name to travel. Names travel the way cloth travels, folded, packed, carried. And when they arrive in a new place, they unfold a little differently. In some Cuban Lukumi lineages, you may hear Òbàtálá. In Brazilian Candomblé, you may hear Oxalá, often written as Oxala. And now, because names have traveled, we can do the calm archive work of syncretism. Not as an argument about who is right, as a record of how people kept meaning alive under pressure. Syncretism notes. Entry 1. Cuba. In Cuba, Yoruba religion was carried across the ocean under the conditions of slavery. And because the colonial world demanded Catholic labels, many communities used a double naming system. One name for the old house, one name for the new paperwork. So in many Lukumi and Santeria contexts, Òbàtálá is associated with Our Lady of Mercy, La Virgen de las Mercedes. And the logic is gentle. White clothing, compassion, the role of intercession. And if we want to be specific about it, we can treat it like a wardrobe log. Wardrobe log. White vestments appear in the Catholic image. White cloth appears in the Òrìṣà memory. So the association becomes a practical bridge. And now we can add a date because dates help the mind go quiet. Calendar note. In some Cuban calendars, the Feast of the Virgin of Mercy is remembered around late September. And we do not need to celebrate it tonight. We only need to notice the repetition. White appears again. And Cuba also gives us a ritual that fits our theme perfectly. Rogación de cabeza, head cooling. And we will not give instructions here. We will only describe the idea as a sleep image. Head cooling materials, Diaspora notes. Cotton, coconut, cocoa butter, cool water. And the action is simple. Place the cool materials on the crown. Do not press. Do not rush. Let the heat leave. And even if you never perform a ritual, you can still use the image. Cool head, cool thoughts, cool breath. Entry 2, Brazil. In Brazil, in the Candomblé memory, Oxala is often described with a binary that is very gentle. The old Oxala and the young Oxala. And because this is not a dance class, we will not describe vigorous steps. We will describe pace. Pace notes. The old Oxala pace. Slow, careful, like an elder crossing a room without dropping anything. Young Oxala pace, firmer, more forward, like someone carrying a tool and going to work. And one of the most important Brazilian cycles is also built out of silence and washing. Águas de Oxalá, Festival of the Waters. And we can treat it like a quiet operations plan. Operations plan. Silence. For weeks the temple becomes quieter. No drumming. No loud announcements. The point is to mimic the barrenness of the imprisonment story. Water. Water is fetched from a sacred spring early, before the day becomes hot. And the fetching is done in silence. Washing. The temple floor is washed, slowly, methodically, and the stones of Oxala are washed. And you can see how perfectly this matches our theme. Washing is not only cleanliness. Washing is memory. Washing is a way of saying we endured and we are still here. And Brazil also gives us another syncretic bridge. Senhor do Bom Fim, our Lord of the Good End. And the public festival associated with this is also made of white cloth and washing. Lavagem do Bom Fim, washing of Bon Fim. And again, we do not need to imagine a loud crowd. We can imagine tasks. Bomfim schedule, quiet edition. Women dress in white lace, white head wraps, white skirts, white cloth moving like a slow tide. They carry water, often scented water. They arrive at church steps, not to argue theology, to wash. Step by step, water poured, water spread, water lifted again, and the stone steps become for a moment like the floor of an Òrìṣà temple. And if your mind likes images, you can hold this one. White lace in morning light, water flowing down stone, the sound of rinsing as a lullaby. Entry 3, Trinidad. In Trinidad, an Òrìṣà tradition, sometimes called Ṣàngó, also recognizes Ọbàtálá. And in some tellings, the emphasis is on his age and calm authority. And because the Trinidad context includes Christian frames as well, there are syncretic associations. Saint Benedict, the Holy Ghost. And again, we do not need to become doctrinal. We only need the sleep image, morning materials, white clothing, quiet fasting, isolation that is chosen for cooling, and candles, small flames, steady light. And this gives us one more gentle contrast. The sun is big light, the candle is small light, and both can be used to soften the mind. And now, because we like organization, we can write a tiny specification sheet that summarizes these regional notes without making a lecture. Spec sheet Obatalá across regions, quiet edition. Sacred colors, white. Primary materials, cloth, water, chalk, snail. Plain food. Primary mood, coolness, silence, patience. And in some places, people speak of older and younger aspects. An elder who moves slowly with a staff, and a younger path with more motion. And if we pause here, we can add a gentle note about what diaspora traditions sometimes call roads. Roads are not highways. They are moods. They are angles. They are ways the same white cloth can fold. Some houses count many roads. Some houses count fewer. And because we are not doing initiation here, we will not claim precision. We will do the quiet braid. A few remembered roads. The very old one. The one who trembles with age and moves slowly with a staff. The young one. The one who carries motion in the legs and work in the hands. Ahyaguna, the young rider path, remembered as a road of movement and firmness. Moonlight Griot, the road associated with yam, with mortar and pestle, with the quiet work of pounding food into softness. Lufon, the road of deep age where everything becomes slower and the dignity is in the slow pace itself. Shanla, the old woman rode in some tellings, who sits and weaves, turning thread into cloth with a steady rhythm. And even if you forget every name as soon as you hear it, that is perfect. The names are not the point tonight. The point is the rhythm. Old, young, working, weaving. And because this episode is devoted to coolness and the head, we can also mention a simple ritual idea that appears in Cuba and beyond. Head cooling. White substances. Cotton, coconut, cool water, placed gently on the crown. And whether you take that as literal ritual or as a metaphor for calming down, it still works as a sleep image. And we do not need to memorize the list of roads tonight. We can do the quiet version. We can describe the roads as simple differences in pace. Road 1, the slow elder. Road 2, the young worker. And in Brazil, there is a washing ritual that fits our cloth motif perfectly. Water is collected in silence. Cool water, morning water. The temple floor is washed, slowly, carefully. And once again, the story becomes a procedure. Collect water, keep silence, wash, rinse, return. And if your mind wants to wander into far places, Cuba, Brazil, Nigeria, the Atlantic, that is fine. We will bring it back gently. We will bring it back to the simplest station, the white cloth resting on the head. And before we begin the final return, we can visit one more quiet room. Not a shrine room, not a palace, a library. Because Obatalá is not only a mythic figure, he is also a set of ideas that writers have carried into modern language. And because this is a quiet story, we will not do a lecture. We will do a few index cards, library notes. The room is quiet. Paper has its own soft smell. Ink has its own patience. The books sit still on the shelves, the way folded cloth sits still in a drawer. Archive Note 1. Boleso Yinka. And a title that sounds dramatic but can be treated gently. The fourth stage. And because we are in the library, we can treat the ideas as labels rather than as arguments. Label 1. Ogun, hot energy, iron, bridges made with force. Label 2, Òbàtálá, cool energy, white cloth, bridges made with patience. And the phrase often used for Òbàtálá in this kind of writing is something like passive strength, not weakness, not surrender. Strength that does not shout. Strength that endures. Strength that stays cool when the world is hot. And if your mind wants an image for that kind of strength, you can borrow one. A white elephant, not charging, not trumpeting, just moving slowly through a pale forest. Heavy feet placed gently. A large body that does not need to prove itself. And even if you never read the essay, you already understand the quiet version of the idea. You have lived days where the best strength was simply not escalating. You have lived moments where the best power was to pause, to breathe, and to keep your head cool. Archive Note 2. The Imprisonment of Òbàtálá, a play by Obotunde A.J. Mere. And because we have already told the myth, we do not need to retell it again. We only need to notice why a modern playwright would choose it. Because the imprisonment story is a story about character as destiny, Òbàtálá is patient, so he endures. He does not retaliate, so he suffers. And the world itself becomes the witness. Rain stops. Crops wither. The state learns that injustice has consequences. And this is why the story keeps being told. Not because it is exciting, because it is instructive in a quiet way. Archive Note 3. Social memory. And here we can say something gently modern without turning it into a debate. The intoxication myth has been used in many communities as a theological frame for inclusion. It says that disability is not a curse. It is part of the world, and it deserves protection. And the whiteness of Obatalá has also been explained in modern writing in a careful way. Not racial whiteness, not European identity, but luminous whiteness, cleanliness, clarity, the calm authority of a cool head. And now, because we have lingered in the library long enough, we can close the drawer. We can slide it shut. We can return the card. We can let the words go back onto the shelf. And before we return to pure repetition, we can include a small appendix, not as a claim of sacred performance, as a quiet paraphrase of praise. Appendix, a few remembered praise lines spoken gently. Òbàtálá, King of Ifon, la balashe, the one with authority that makes things happen. And because repetition is how praise becomes calm, we can say it again, slower. Òbàtálá, King of Ifon, la balashe. Another line remembers his reach across places. The Supreme King of Iranja, not supreme as domination, supreme as steadiness. Another line remembers his gentleness in motion. He slides gently to give gifts, not with a stomp, with a quiet glide. Another line is about white cloth itself. He who wakes up in white, he who creates in white. And because we have spent so much time with the cloth, we can let that line settle. Wake in white, create in white. And then there is the simplest greeting line, which is also gentle. We salute you in the morning. We salute you in the evening. And if you want to hold it in a more rhythmic form, we can keep a small phonetic echo. O koneba, ogibo neba. And we can end the appendix the way many Yoruba statements end, as a quiet sealing of intention. Ashe. And because we still have time tonight, we can do one more expansion that stays fully inside Òbàtálá's palette. White cloth operations. This is not scripture. This is the quiet version. Imagine that there is a small office in the corner of the world. No windows, no loud voices, just shelves, just drawers. And inside this office is a manual title. How to keep things cool, how to keep things clean. We begin with cloth. Cloth protocol. Step 1, water is gathered. Not rushed water. Water that has time to be cool. And because we are in a quiet story, we can name a few water vessels. Water vessel, a clay pot, a calabash, a plain bucket. And the vessel does not need to be pretty. It only needs to hold. Step 2, the cloth is lowered. Cloth meets water. White becomes slightly darker when it is wet. And because cloth is made of many threads, water enters slowly. It does not flood. It soaks. Step 3, soak time. And soak time is a perfect metaphor for sleep. You do not scrub your thoughts immediately. You let them soak. And in soaking, the grip loosens. The tightness becomes softer. Step 4, rubbing. Not harsh rubbing, gentle rubbing. Palms together, cloth between them. And the sound is small. Soft friction, like a quiet whisper of threads. Step 5, rinse. And rinse is where the story becomes repetitive on purpose. Rinse series. Rinse 1. Cloudy water leaves. Rinse 2. Less cloudy water leaves. Rinse 3. Almost clear water leaves. Rinse 4. Clear water leaves. And because we are resting, we can do a parallel rinse series for the mind. Thought rinse a series. Rinse 1, the obvious worry loosens. Rinse 2, the hidden worry loosens. Rinse 3, the worry that is only a habit loosens. Rinse 4, the mind becomes clearer, not empty, just clearer. Step 6, ring. And ringing is another calm motion. Twist, pause, twist again. And water leaves in thin lines, not a flood, a release. Step 7, drying. Cloth is hung. Air moves through it. Sunlight touches it if sunlight exists in your telling. And the cloth becomes lighter again. It becomes itself again. Step 8, folding. Folding is geometry for sleep. Edge to edge, corner to corner, crease smoothed, and the cloth becomes a quiet rectangle. Step 9, storage. Cloth is stored away from red stains, away from smoke, away from anything that makes it hot. And because this is a quiet story, we can let storage become a metaphor. You can store the day away from your pillow. You can store the argument away from your chest. You can store the unfinished task away from your breathing. And then chalk. Chalk protocol. If only is kept dry, it is kept clean. And when it is used in small amounts. Chalk notes. Chalk can be a mark on skin. Chalk can be a mark on stone. Chalk can be a line that says, this space is cooled. And because chalk is also dust, we can do a dust series. Dust series, chalk dust on fingertips, now soft, dry, dust after sweeping, settled, quiet, dust in a sunbeam, floating, slow, and then beads and numbers, And if your mind likes something to hold, beads are perfect. White beads, cool against the skin, heavy enough to feel real. And the research notes remind us that numbers appear in these traditions, often 8, often 16. And in some houses, these are spoken as Òbàtálá's numbers. 8, a small loop of steadiness. 16, a fuller circle. And if you have ever heard the word ide, a bracelet worn as a quiet sign of belonging, this is part of the feeling. Numbers you can touch, patience you can count. And in some traditions, Obatalá is said to own the white metals, silver in many houses, and sometimes the heavier dollar white metal, lead, not for shine, for weight, for coolness. So we can do a bead count without pressure. Bead count 16, 1 bead, 2 beads, 3 beads, 4 beads, 5 beads, 6 beads, 7 beads, 8 beads. And if your thoughts drift here, let them. 9 beads, 10 beads, 11 beads, 12 beads, 13 beads, 14 beads, 15 beads, 16 beads, and then a calendar note. And because Òbàtálá is linked to routine, we can mention a calendar note. Some Yoruba communities keep a 4-day rhythm for sacred days. And if you are used to a 7-day week, it can be soothing to imagine a smaller loop. 4-day loop. Day 1, clean. Day 2, cool. Day 3, quiet. Day 4, return. And then the loop begins again. And then Diaspora white foods. Because when religion travels, offerings travel too. Not as the same ingredients, as the same palette. Offerings notes across water. In one region, white means yam. In another region, white means rice. In another region, white means corn. And we can describe these foods as textures rather than as recipes. White texture notes: pounded yam, smooth, elastic. Rice pudding, soft grains, sweet milkiness. Meringue, light, air trapped in sugar. White corn porridge, thick, steady. And if your mind likes an image, you can imagine these offerings on a shelf. Bowls lined up. White foods like quiet stones. White foods like soft clouds. And now, with this operations manual placed gently beside us, we truly have nothing left to do. And if you are still awake, we can do one more thing that does not create any new plot. We can simply keep listing a long braid of white things, not white as a blank screen, white as 1,000 small textures that all belong to the same cool family. The white of cotton cloth that has been washed many times, softened by repetition, the fibers loosening until the fabric no longer feels new, only familiar. The white of chalk dust on a fingertip, a powder that does not shine, a dry softness that disappears when you rub your hands together. The white of a cloud that is not dramatic, just wide and slow, like a thought that has stopped trying to reach a conclusion. The white of foam in a bowl, appearing briefly and then slipping back into clear water, reminding you that even bright things can be temporary and harmless. The white of rice in a pot, many small grains that become softer when heated, many small hard points turning into one calm mass of food. The white of yam flesh when it is first cut, starchy and plain, the kind of food that does not shout in your mouth. The white of corn porridge, thick and steady, a surface that holds the spoon without splashing. The white of milk when it is poured slowly, not spilling, just forming a pale pool that carries sweetness without urgency. The white of sugar before it becomes a dessert, dry grains in a jar, waiting without impatience. The white of a bead, round and cool, a small object that can be counted when the mind needs a gentle job. The white of bone under the skin, doing its work in silence, not asking for praise, just holding you together. The white of a seashell, a spiral that stores a history of water in its shape. The white of sand in bright sun, not the glare of noon, but the pale steadiness of a surface that reflects heat without being consumed by it. The white of moonlight on a wall, making a soft rectangle that does not require you to interpret it. The white of a pillowcase, cool on the cheek at first touch, then warming slightly, becoming neutral, becoming background. The white of steam lifting from a pot, not rising in a rush, just drifting upward and fading as if it never needed to stay. The white of a clean bowl turned upside down to dry, small drops forming and then leaving, a tiny demonstration of patience. The white of soap foam on the wrists, slick and temporary, rinsed away without leaving a story behind. The white of candle wax, solid and quiet, holding the memory of melted heat in a cooled shape. The white of a small candle flame, not the flame itself, but the pale halo around it, the soft light that makes edges gentle. The white of a page in a book, blank enough to rest the eyes, full enough to promise that something could be written later, not tonight. The white of a folded cloth stack, each layer touching the next, air caught between them, a small architecture of rest. The white of linen drying in moving air, the cloth shifting slightly, not dancing, just responding to wind in a quiet way. The white of a calabash interior, pale and smooth, a container ready to hold water, ready to hold offerings, ready to hold nothing at all. The white of a clay pot when it is new and unburned, chalky and matte, like a surface that has not yet been stained by handling. The white of ash after a fire is finished, not the hot fire, the after, when everything has cooled into powder and silence. The white of mist over water at dawn, a soft blur that makes distance feel gentle rather than far. The white of a quiet road dusted with pale sand, the kind of road that does not require speed, the kind of road that allows stopping. The white of a handkerchief in a pocket carried for small cleanups, a portable piece of order. The white of a towel after it is rinsed and wrung out, damp and cool, ready to soothe heat without making a scene. The white of cotton placed over closed eyes, not pressing, just resting, giving the mind permission to stop scanning. The white of a chalk line on the ground, A boundary that is not a fence, just a gentle suggestion of where to stop. The white of a snail shell, smooth in places and rough in others, carrying a spiral that teaches slowness. The white of a new morning, before any loud decision is made, when the air is cool and the day has not started asking anything. And because this is a very long list, we can now compress it into a shorter loop. Cloth, chalk, cloud, foam, rice, yam, beads, bone, moonlight, steam, and if the loop becomes blurry, that is good. And if you would like one more gentle practice before we fade out, we can do the most Òbàtálá thing of all. We can cool the head. Head Cooling Handbook, Quiet Edition. This is not medical advice. This is a story image. In Yoruba thought, the head is not only a body part. The head is also the place where direction lives. And because direction can get noisy, many traditions treat the head as something that can be cooled. So we begin with a few basics. Head cooling materials. Cool water, white cloth, cotton, coconut, cocoa butter, and thyme. And we can treat the procedure like a calm checklist. Checklist. Item 1. Reduce noise. Not by fighting noise, by letting it fade. If there is sound outside, let it be outside. Item 2. Reduce light. Dim the room in your imagination. Not to create fear, to create softness. Item 3. Prepare water. Imagine a bowl. It does not need decoration. It only needs to hold. Pour in cool water, and we can pause to notice the sound. Water into a bowl is one of the calmest sounds. Item 4. Prepare cloth. White cloth is folded, then unfolded, then folded again, until it becomes the right size to rest on the crown. Item 5. Dampen. Cloth touches water. Water enters cloth. And then the cloth is lifted and wrung out gently. Not dripping. Just cool. Item 6. Place. The cloth rests on the crown. It does not press. It does not demand. It simply touches. And now we do the part that matters most tonight. We wait. Waiting is a skill. Waiting is an offering. And because the mind likes structure, we can give it a small structure. Cooling series. Cool forehead. Cool temples. Cool eyes. Cool jaw. Cool tongue. Cool throat. Cool neck. Cool shoulders. And if you notice any tightness, we do not pull it out like a weed. We soak it. We let it loosen the way cloth loosens in water. Now we add the coconut image. Coconut is a very quiet fruit. Hard shell, soft interior, cool water inside. And in the quiet version, coconut becomes a symbol of the head itself. Outside, hard enough to protect you. Inside, soft enough to hold life. Now we add the cocoa butter image. Butter is a texture that teaches slow melting. It does not explode into liquid. It softens gradually. And that is another perfect sleep instruction. Soften gradually. Do not demand instant calm. Let calm arrive like warmth in a cloth. And now we do breath, because breath is the simplest cooling agent you carry everywhere. Breath ladder 8. 1. In and out. 2. In and out. 3. In and out. 4. In and out. 5. In and out. 6. In and out. 7. In and out. 8. In and out. And if you lost count, that is fine. The number was only a boat. Sleep is the shore. And now we can let the head cooling become the last image before we return to cloth again. Cool cloth on the crown. Quiet water in a bowl. Breath moving in and out. And because titles and catalogues are one of the oldest lullabies, we can place a very long list here. Not to prove anything, only to give the mind a soft rhythm to follow until it falls asleep. Orìkí style braid extended. We speak carefully. We do not claim sacred recitation. We use the quiet version, the long list of gentle labels. Titles. The one who keeps cloth white by washing it again and again. The one who folds the day into a small square and sets it down. The one who prefers cool water to hot argument. The one who rinses noise from the mind the way soap rinses from hands. The one who makes patience feel like shade on the skin. The one who teaches that calm is also a kind of strength. The one who arrives with a cloth instead of arriving with a weapon. The one who turns heat into coolness without creating more heat. The one who makes a boundary with chalk and then lets the chalk fade. The one who keeps the altar plain so the head can settle. The one who teaches slow breathing as a daily tool. The one who reminds you that rest is not a failure of character. The one who holds quiet authority and does not need to shout. The one who corrects injustice by withdrawing ease from the world. The one who waits and in waiting changes the entire schedule. The one who is patient on the road even when the cloth is stained. The one who chooses water, washing, and silence instead of retaliation. The one who carries 3 cloths because patience expects repetition. The one who is accused and does not answer with heat. The one whose coolness is so deep that drought becomes a witness. The one whose release brings rain back without celebration, only relief. The one who knows that the world is kept alive by justice, not noise. The one who makes land by spreading, not by conquering. The one who makes a ladder out of links and then climbs slowly. The one who pours earth gently so water can learn where to gather. The one who watches a bird scratch and calls it a world project. The one who looks at darkness and files a request for light. The one who notices cold and asks for warmth without complaint. The one who treats the sun like a lamp installed for ordinary work. the one who sees dawn as a schedule and dusk as a gentle instruction, the one who makes bodies from clay with hands that do not rush, the one who shapes ears like folds of cloth, patient and careful, the one who presses fingerprints like small woven patterns into skin, the one who makes the body a vessel and leaves room for breath, the one who can be spoken of as male and yet contain more than male, the one who is paired in some tellings with Yemoho for balance, the one who cannot be limited because the maker must make all forms, the one who holds variety without judging it as broken, the one who protects bodies shaped with differences and calls them belonging, the one who teaches responsibility after mistake, not shame after mistake, the one who swears off palm wine and keeps the hand steady afterward, the one who turns a workplace incident into a vow of care, the one who says temperance is a tool for those who make things, the one whose taboo list is a cooling system, not a punishment list, the one who avoids red oil so the altar stays in the white palette, the one who avoids salt in some houses so creation stays soft and workable, the one who prefers snail to dog because each station has its symbols, the one who values slow, wet coolness over hot, quick force, the one who uses snail and cloth as diplomacy tools to cool deep power, the one who integrates heat into order instead of trying to erase heat, the one who makes an altar out of a bowl of water and a folded cloth, the one who teaches that cleanliness is also a kind of peace, the one who makes sweeping and washing into a moral rhythm, the one whose priests are named for sleep because quiet is a method, the one whose grove remembers before the palace speaks, the one who retreats to the grove for 7 days and returns to be greeted, the one who keeps reconciliation alive by repeating it every year, the one who turns politics into a schedule so anger does not stay hot, the one who is called King of Ugbo in an older land memory, the one who legitimizes a stool not by sitting but by blessing, the one who proves that authority can be spiritual without being loud, the one who travels across oceans the way cloth travels, folded and carried, the one who is called Obatala in one port and Oxala in another, the one who becomes Our Lady of Mercy in a new paperwork language, the one whose white cloth survives by learning new names, the one whose head cooling ritual becomes cotton and coconut and cocoa butter, the one whose washing ritual becomes silence and water at dawn, the one whose festival becomes women in white lace washing stone steps, the one whose light becomes a candle flame in morning when the world is hot, the one who shows that faith can be carried as a palette of actions, the one who keeps the core materials the same even when ingredients change, the one who turns rice pudding and corn porridge into white offerings by intention, the one who keeps water, cloth, and silence as the spine of the practice, the one who lives in the space between hot energies and cool return, the one who balances iron with cloth, thunder with shade, speed with waiting, the one who makes the head a place that can be cooled and aligned, the one who treats the mind as clay that can settle, not clay that must be forced, the one who teaches that your thoughts can cool down without a fight, the one who teaches that you can store the day away from your pillow, The one who teaches that waiting is not neglect, waiting is coolness. The one who teaches that a schedule can be holy when it keeps peace. The one who teaches that repetition is not boredom, repetition is medicine. And because this list could go on, we can now let it become simpler. White cloth, cool water, quiet head, steady hand, patient breath. And because we still have a little time before the final return begins, we can do one more deep soak in the simplest material of all. Coolness. A long braid of cool things. Coolness is not a trick. Coolness is not an achievement badge. Coolness is a physical feeling, a temperature or way the body can notice safety. The coolness of water in a clay pot, the way the outside of the pot sweats slightly, the way your hand feels the dampness, and the way the mouth relaxes when the first sip is not hot. The coolness of shade under a tree at midday, the way light becomes softer, the way the air stops burning, the way even insects sound quieter as if they are also resting. The coolness of a room after rain, when the ground outside is dark and heavy and the air inside feels rinsed as if someone washed the day. The coolness of a damp towel on the forehead, not an emergency towel, just a gentle cloth that tells the head to stop being hot. The coolness of wet clay in the hands, the way it yields, the way it does not resist, the way it teaches you that pressure can be soft. The coolness of a smooth stone pulled from a river, heavy and calm, carrying the temperature of deep water into your palm. The coolness of a swept floor sprinkled with a little water, the dust settling, the air becoming less scratchy, the room becoming easier to breathe in. The coolness of cotton cloth laid over the eyes, turning the world into darkness without fear, turning seeing off like a lamp. The coolness of silence after speaking, the moment when you do not need to explain anything else, and the body realizes it can stop preparing arguments. The coolness of a slow answer, the kind of answer that does not try to win, the kind of answer that simply tells the truth and then rests. The coolness of waiting one extra moment before reacting. The small pause that keeps the hand steady, the small pause that keeps the head from getting hot. The coolness of clean water poured slowly so it does not splash, the way careful motion makes even water feel polite. The coolness of rinsing your hands and watching the soap leave, the way the skin feels simpler when it is clean. The coolness of folding cloth into a neat rectangle, the way the mind likes corners that meet, the way order can be soothing without being strict. The coolness of chalk in a bowl, dry and pale, a powder that marks boundaries without making noise. The coolness of a white bead against the wrist, a small circle that can be counted, a small weight that reminds the body to slow down. The coolness of dawn air before the sun warms the ground, the hour when the world is still deciding what kind of day it will be. The coolness of dusk, when the light thins, when shadows lengthen, when the body begins to understand that work time is ending. The coolness of moonlight, a light that does not heat, a light that only outlines, a light that lets the eye stop searching. The coolness of a bowl turned upside down to dry, a small domestic gesture that says, the task is finished. The coolness of a kitchen after dishes are done, the sink empty, the counter wiped, the floor quiet, the mind no longer needing to plan. The coolness of a list that does not demand completion, A list that exists only to give rhythm, the way a lullaby exists only to give rhythm. And because Òbàtálá is linked to the cool head, we can do a direct head scan again, but slower. Cool head scan extended. Cool scalp, Pandit. Cool forehead. Cool eyelids. Cool cheeks. Cool jaw. Cool tongue. Cool throat. Cool neck. Cool shoulders. And now we can add one more idea from the Òrìṣà logic. Hot things are not always evil. Hot things can cook food. Hot things can forge tools. But hot things need a cool place to return to. And the cool place in this story is the cloth, the water, the quiet head. So if your mind is hot tonight, we do not scold it. We cool it. And we cool it with the simplest tools: breath and time. And now we can let the coolness list fade the way water sinks into cloth. And because this is a deep soak, we can linger on a few single ideas, one at a time, until they become soft landscapes. A suite of details. First, white cloth. White cloth is not only a symbol. It is a physical thing that has weight even when it looks light. It has edges. It has corners. It has threads that run in one direction and threads that cross them, making a grid you can feel with your fingertips if you move slowly. And the interesting thing about white cloth in a quiet story is that it changes without changing. It is still white, but it looks different in every light. In dawn light, it looks gentle, almost gray, like the world is still waking. In midday light, it looks plain and honest, like a clean plate, nothing hidden. In late afternoon, it looks warmer, as if it is borrowing sunlight without becoming hot. In dusk, it looks soft, less bright, as if it is already folding itself toward night. And if we bring the cloth closer, we can describe it the way you would describe a blanket you like. The cloth touches the shoulder and does not demand anything from the shoulder. The cloth touches the collarbone and does not press. The cloth touches the chest and lets the chest rise and fall underneath it. It is not a tight wrap, it is a permission. And the sound of cloth can be part of the lullaby. The small whisper when you shift your arm. The soft drag when the edge slides across skin. The tiny snap when a fold releases and becomes flat again. And because Òbàtálá is the king of white cloth, we can imagine cloth as his language. Not a language of words, a language of care. Folding is care, washing is care, storing clean cloth away from stain is care. And now we can zoom in further until it becomes almost too detailed, which is exactly what helps the mind settle. Zoom in on one corner of the cloth. It is slightly thicker there, the hem. The hem is where the cloth is finished. The hem is the promise that the edge will not unravel. And that is a beautiful, quiet idea. An edge that does not unravel. An ending that holds. Second, cool water. Cool water has no ambition. It sits. It waits. it reflects. And when you touch cool water, the body understands something without needing words. It understands, I can slow down. The shoulders drop slightly. The jaw unclenches without a conversation. We can describe cool water in a bowl because a bowl is a small world. The bowl holds the water. The water holds the sky as a reflection, even if the sky is only a ceiling tonight. And if you look closely, the surface has a skin, a quiet tension, a smoothness that can break when a finger enters. And the sound of water can be divided into small sounds. Sound notes. Pouring. The low hollow sound as water meets a bowl. Dripping. The small tap of a drop returning to the surface. Swirling. The quiet circular motion that makes the reflection blur. And now we can connect water to the main theme again. Water is what makes cloth cool. Water is what makes clay workable. Water is what makes the altar feel calm. And if you want to make this personal for sleep, you can imagine cool water at the back of your throat. One slow swallow. Coolness traveling down. And the body remembering, I am safe enough to rest. Third, chalk. Chalk is a strange material because it is both solid and ready to become dust. It can draw a line, and then it can disappear with one brush of the hand. And that makes chalk a perfect sleep teacher, because some boundaries should not be permanent. Some boundaries are for one night. We can imagine a small piece of chalk, a phone held between two fingers. It feels dry. It feels slightly rough. And when it touches skin, it leaves a pale mark that looks like moonlight on the body. And if we imagine chalk as a symbol, it is not a symbol of perfection. It is a symbol of intention. It says, this is the cool space. This is the clean space. This is where we do not bring heat. And because chalk becomes dust, it also reminds us that we can let intention go when it has done its work. You can make the line. You can rest, and the line can fade. Fourth, snail. The snail is one of the gentlest sacred animals because it does not hurry. It does not chase. It does not leap. It simply moves with a whole body that understands patience. And in some offerings lists, the snail is named Igbean. And if you forget that, you can keep the simple image. Wet coolness. The snail carries moisture on its body. It leaves a thin trail, a line of coolness. And that line is the opposite of chalk. Chalk is a dry line. Snail trail is a wet line. And both lines can be used to calm the mind, because both lines are slow. Now we can zoom in on the shell. The shell is a spiral. And a spiral is also a perfect sleep shape because it never asks you to arrive. It only asks you to continue. If you trace a spiral with your eyes, you can trace it forever. There is no end. There is no finish line. And that is the same feeling we want in a deep soak. No finish line. Only soft continuation. And now we can connect the snail back to the larger theme. Snail is coolness in motion. Snail is patience that has a body. Snail is the reminder that moving slowly is still moving. Fifth, beads. Beads are small enough to hold in one hand and heavy enough to feel real. That is why beads work so well at night. The mind wants something to do, but not too much. Counting beads is the perfect job. Imagine a string of white beads resting on the wrist. Each bead is a small moon. Each bead is a small stone. And the string does not pull, it only rests. And we can zoom in on the sensation of one bead, cool against skin, smooth, slightly heavier than it looks. And when you count, the mind stops wandering. Not forever, just long enough for sleep to arrive. And because Òbàtálá is linked in some number systems to 16, we can treat 16 as a slow circle. One circle, 16 points, and you do not have to reach point 16. You can stop counting at point 5. You can stop counting at point 9. Sixth, silence. Silence is not emptiness. Silence is a texture. Silence can be thick. Silence can be thin. And in many Òbàtálá associated rituals, silence is not a punishment. Silence is a cooling agent. We can imagine silence the way we imagine shade. It covers. It protects. It allows the nervous system to stop bracing. And if you listen to silence, you still hear things. You hear breath. You hear cloth shift. You hear the tiny sounds of a room being a room. So silence is not nothing. Silence is a gentle background. 7. Folding. Folding is one of the simplest rituals a person can do. It has no theology required. It has no special language required. It is only hands, cloth, and attention. Imagine folding a white cloth slowly, edge to edge. Press the fold with the palm. Fold again. Press again. And with each fold, the cloth becomes smaller and the mind becomes smaller too, in a good way. Less scattered, less spread out, more contained. And when the cloth becomes a small rectangle, it becomes a promise. The task is finished. The day can be put away. Now we can begin the final return. The part of the story where nothing new needs to happen. Only the soft repetition of what we already have. Imagine the cloth again. White, clean, cool. Imagine it as a blanket. It covers the shoulders. It covers the chest. It covers the hands. It is light enough to breathe under. And as it covers you, we can do a slow sweep of soft body parts, the way we did in the clay workshop. Rest, the forehead softening, the jaw unclenching, the tongue resting, the shoulders dropping, the chest rising without effort, the belly loosening, the hands opening, the fingers uncurling, the legs becoming heavy, the feet becoming still. And because we are not in a hurry, we can extend this rest scan into a slow, detailed body scan. rest extended. We begin at the top because the head is the station Òbàtálá is often asked to cool. The scalp? Imagine the skin of the scalp loosening slightly as if the hair could float. The forehead, not trying to be smooth, only allowing itself to soften. The eyebrows. If they are lifted, let them lower a little. The space between the eyebrows, that small place where thought can feel tight, let it widen. The eyelids. Heavy is good. Heavy means the eyes do not need to patrol the room. The tiny muscles around the eyes, let them stop holding a squint. The cheeks. Let the cheeks become neutral, no expression required. The nose. Nostrils open enough for air to pass without effort. And if one side is tighter than the other, that is ordinary. We are not fixing, we are resting. The mouth. The lips can meet softly or stay slightly parted. Either is fine. The teeth do not need to touch. Let them separate. The tongue. Let it rest in the floor of the mouth, not pressing into anything. The roof of the mouth. Soft palate. Hard palate. All of it can stop bracing. The jaw hinge. The place near the ear where the jaw holds tension like a secret. Let it loosen. Not forced. Just allowed. The ears. Let the ears stop listening for danger. They can still hear, but they do not have to search. Now the neck. The front of the neck. Throat soft. Swallowing unnecessary. The sides of the neck, muscles releasing their grip. The back of the neck, the place that holds the head up all day. Let it hand that job to the pillow. The shoulders, drop them by one small degree, and then another degree. Until the shoulders remember, I do not have to carry anything right now. The collarbones, flat and quiet, no lifting. The upper back, let the shoulder blades settle. Two quiet wings folding down. Now we drift down the arms, upper arms, muscles that can soften without losing shape. Elbows, joints that can stop holding a bend with effort. Forearms, let them become heavy. Wrists, small hinges that can rest. Hands, palms open, fingers uncurl. And because hands hold so much, we can visit each finger slowly. Thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, little finger. And now the spaces between the fingers. Let those small webs relax. Fingernails. Even the nails can be part of rest because nothing needs to be grasped tonight. Now the chest. The chest rises and falls, not as a performance, as a quiet rhythm. The ribs, each rib making space for breath. The sternum, softening. And if you can feel the heart at all, let it be a distant drum, not a worry. just a steady beat that has carried you through every day so far. Now the belly. The belly loosens. The belly is allowed to be a belly. No holding in, no bracing. The lower belly, soft, warm. And if there is any discomfort, we do not fight it. We make room for it the way a cloth makes room for water. Now the hips. The hip bones settling into the bed. The pelvis heavy, stable. The lower back. If it is holding an arch, let it soften toward the mattress. If it is already flat, let it stay flat. Now the legs. Thighs. Large muscles that can stop working. Knees. Joints that can be nothing but joints tonight. Calves. Let them soften. Shins. Quiet bones under skin. Ankles. Small hinges resting. And now the feet, even more detailed, because feet work all day and get very little thanks. Heels, heavy. Arches, softening. The balls of the feet, resting. And now each toe, because counting toes is another gentle way to make the mind stop racing. Big toe, second toe, third toe, fourth toe, little toe. And now we can do one more full body sentence, very slow to seal the scan. Head cool, neck soft, shoulders down, arms heavy, hands open, chest easy, belly loose, hips grounded, legs heavy, feet still. And if you drifted during the scan, that is fine. Drifting is the bridge. And before we return to breath, we can drift through one more slow list. Not a list of duties, a list of peace. Peace, white cloth edition. Peace can look like a room with fewer decisions in it. The light is low. The corners are not demanding anything. Nothing in this room needs to be solved tonight. Everything can wait. The way cloth waits when it has been folded and placed on a shelf. Peace can look like a simple surface that has been cleaned, not shiny, just plain. A table wiped down, a floor swept, a cup rinsed, a bowl turned upside down to dry. The small feeling that comes when you finish a tiny task and do not immediately replace it with another. Peace can look like water, not moving fast, not splashing, just sitting in a pot cool and clear. It has weight, it has patience, it holds itself. If you touch it, it answers with coolness, the kind that makes the shoulders unclench without a conversation. Peace can look like white cloth, and not the idea of white cloth as a symbol. The real cloth, threads crossing threads, over and under, a surface made by repetition, a surface made by the same small action, done calmly, many times. This is one reason Òbàtálá feels gentle to hold. His myth is built out of repetition. Peace can look like a chain that connects two places without rushing, link by link. Not a leap, not a jump, just connection. And even if you do not believe in a literal chain between worlds, the image still works. The image is simply a reminder that you can move slowly from waking to sleeping without forcing yourself. Peace can look like a shell, a spiral, a shape that circles inward. If your thoughts are circling tonight, you can treat them like a shell too. Not a problem to fix, a spiral that slowly turns toward the center. And the center does not have to be an answer, the center can be rest. Peace can look like sand, not as a desert that goes on forever, but as one handful. Each grain small, each grain ordinary. If your mind is full of tiny thoughts, you can imagine them as grains too. Many small things that do not need individual attention. They can settle, they can make a surface. Peace can look like the bird in the creation story, scratching without drama. Scratching is not violence, it is just a way of spreading. It is a way of making space. And if your mind is scratching tonight, moving back and forth across the same worry, you do not have to fight it. You can let it scratch until it gets tired. You can let it become quiet. Peace can look like clay being smoothed. Your body right now is a kind of clay, not wet clay, not messy clay, just a form that can soften. The forehead can smooth, the jaw can smooth, the shoulders can smooth, the belly can smooth, the hands can open, the feet can settle into the bed as if the bed were a shallow pool of cool water. Peace can look like the inner head becoming cool. The Yoruba idea of Òrìkí gives you permission to treat your mind as something you can care for, not something you have to wrestle. You can cool it with breath. You can cool it with silence. You can cool it with the simple decision to stop engaging every thought. Peace can look like a vow, not a vow made out of fear, a vow made out of responsibility. In the Òbàtálá stories, the vow is not about punishment, it is about care. It is a decision to keep the hand steady, to keep the work clean. And tonight, you can make a very small vow too. You can vow to rest. Peace can look like a festival schedule that repeats every year. The same tasks, the same greetings, the same return. This is one of the quiet comforts of culture. It repeats, it returns. It does not require a new invention every night. And your sleep can be like that too. Repeatable, familiar, not a performance. Peace can look like a bowl that has just been washed and set upside down. You can still see a few drops clinging to the rim, and you know they will fall soon. Nothing is urgent. The bowl does not need to prove it is clean. It simply is. And the small act of turning it upside down is like turning the mind over, letting the last drops of the day drain away. Peace can look like a stack of folded towels, each one the same size, each one soft from use. The stack is not about perfection. The stack is about the feeling that there will be something clean tomorrow. The stack is the future made quiet. It says, I prepared, and now I can stop preparing. Peace can look like a piece of chalk resting in a dish. It is not drawing lines right now. It is not labeling anything right now. It is just waiting. And chalk, because it can become dust, reminds you that even your strongest intentions can soften when they have done their job. You can let a boundary exist for one night and then let it fade. Peace can look like the snail trail on a stone, shining for a moment and then drying, leaving almost nothing behind. It is evidence of movement without speed. It is proof that you can travel a distance without burning yourself out. It is the opposite of rushing. It is a small, wet signature of patience. Peace can look like counting beads without needing to arrive at the end. 1 bead, 2 beads, and then your mind goes soft and forgets the number, and that is fine. The beads did their job. They gave your thoughts a gentle railing to hold until the staircase of sleep arrived. Peace can look like a 4-day loop instead of a 7-day sprint. Clean, cool, quiet, return. Clean, cool, quiet, return. A shorter rhythm, a smaller circle. And in that smaller circle, your mind does not have to carry so many names for days. It only has to follow the mood. Peace can look like a clay pot that keeps water cool by breathing through its own walls. The pot sweats a little, the outside is damp, the inside is calm, and that is another sleep lesson. You can let the outside be slightly messy. You can let the inside be cool. Peace can look like rice cooking slowly, the pot covered, the sound low, the steam gentle. The grains take time. They do not become soft by being yelled at. They become soft by heat applied steadily, then by waiting. And when you think about it that way, sleep is not a collapse. Sleep is slow cooking. Peace can look like yam being pounded into smoothness. The pounding is work, but the outcome is softness. And for tonight, you can keep only the outcome, smooth, even, steady. The way thoughts can become smooth when you stop feeding them new reasons to stay sharp. Peace can look like a road at dawn that has no traffic yet. The air is cool, the sky is pale. The road does not insist you go anywhere. It simply lies there, available. And if your mind keeps trying to travel tonight, you can imagine that road and then choose not to walk it. Peace can look like a library shelf where books are not demanding to be finished. The spine titles sit quietly. You do not have to learn anything tonight. You do not have to be impressive. You can close the cover. You can leave the bookmark where it is. You can let knowledge wait on the shelf while your body does the older work of sleep. Peace can look like a candle, not as romance, as steadiness. One small flame, one small light. It does not heat the room. It only makes the edges gentler. It gives you permission to stop scanning for what might go wrong, because the light is enough for now. Peace can look like stone steps washed with scented water, not as a crowd scene, as a slow task. Water poured, water spread, water carried away, step by step. A ritual that is only cleaning and also more than cleaning, because it teaches the body that repetition can be beautiful when it is calm. Peace can look like a room that chooses silence before music, not because music is bad, because silence is the cool baseline. Silence is the cloth laid down before the work begins. And if you have been loud inside all day, silence is not empty. It is a soft place where the loudness can sit down. Peace can look like a staff leaning against a wall. The staff is a tool for walking, but right now it is resting. And that is the difference between a tool and a burden. A tool is something you can set down. So if you've been carrying your strength like a burden, you can set it down for the night. Peace can look like a copper knife being washed and dried, not to prepare for more work, to end work. The blade cleaned, the handle wiped, the tool returned to its place, and your mind can do the same. Wipe the blade of the day, return the tool, close the drawer. Peace can look like a wooden hoe hung on a peg, not abandoned, only stored. It will be used again, but not now. And that is another sleep instruction. The work is not cancelled, it is stored. It is placed out of the body for a few hours, so the body can repair itself. Peace can look like choosing not to answer an old argument inside your head. The argument appears as a habit, and you can say, not tonight, not as denial, as scheduling. The argument can return tomorrow if it insists. Tonight, it can sit in the corner like a bucket that has already been emptied. Peace can look like a calabash carried carefully, the hand steady, the pace slow, the eyes soft. It is a reminder that when you carry something precious, you naturally become calm. You naturally slow down, so you can pretend tonight that you are carrying only one thing, your own rest. Peace can look like the grove at Itapa, swept clean, shaded, repeating the same quiet tasks for 7 days. The grove does not argue with the palace. It simply holds its own coolness. It waits for reconciliation. to arrive. And this is a quiet lesson too. You do not have to win an argument with yourself. You can wait until you cool down. Peace can look like cotton and coconut placed near the head, not as superstition, as a physical metaphor. Soft fiber, cool water, gentle scent. The message is simple. Cool the crown, cool the thoughts, cool the words you might have said. Let them stay unsaid. Peace can look like the sun treated as schedule, not as drama. Light for waking, light for working, light for resting, dusk for slowing, night for sleeping. And if your mind tries to argue with sleep, you can answer with schedule. It is night. It is time. Peace can look like dusk itself, the moment when the world changes tone without asking permission. The shadows lengthen, the air cools, the day releases its grip, and you do not have to force yourself to sleep any more than you force dusk to arrive. You only have to allow it. Peace can look like a small vow, not a dramatic vow, a gentle vow. I will rest, I will let the mind cool, I will let the body become heavy, I will let tomorrow hold tomorrow, I will let tonight be only tonight. Peace can look like a cup of water left on a table, not for decoration, simply because water is useful and usefulness can be quiet. Peace can look like a lid placed on a pot so the heat stays contained and does not spread through the whole room. Peace can look like the moment after you turn off a light, when the eyes stop working so hard and the body remembers the dark is safe. Peace can look like a fan moving air slowly, not making a storm, only making the skin feel less hot. Peace can look like a window that is closed, not as isolation, as protection from noise while you rest. Peace can look like a door that is locked, not because you are afraid, because you are choosing boundaries so you can rest. Peace can look like a phone placed face down, screen dark, notifications silent, the world allowed to wait. Peace can look like a small lamp left on low, enough light to soften edges, not enough light to keep the mind alert. Peace can look like a chair that is empty, not waiting, just resting, like a body that is allowed to stop holding itself upright. Peace can look like a blanket pulled up 1 inch higher, the simple comfort of more coverage. Peace can look like socks taken off, feet cooling, the body understanding it is done walking for the day. Peace can look like hair loosened, a head wrap removed, scalp breathing, the crown no longer being held tight. Peace can look like a wrist relaxed, fingers not gripping anything, hands remembering they can be open. Peace can look like a slow exhale that goes all the way out, leaving space inside for the next breath to arrive gently. Peace can look like the sound of a spoon set down in a sink after the last dish, the small ending sound that says, done. Peace can look like a towel hung straight, the corners falling evenly, cloth behaving like a calm surface again. Peace can look like the smell of clean soap on skin, not perfume, just cleanliness, the simplest kind of clarity. Peace can look like lotion rubbed into hands slowly, not rushed, as if you are thanking your hands for the day. Peace can look like a book closed with a bookmark left inside, the story paused, not abandoned, just stored. Peace can look like a pen kept and set down, a small signal that writing is finished, thinking can stop drafting. Peace can look like a sink that is empty, basin dry, the water put away, the room quiet again. Peace can look like laundry that is sorted, not washed, simply sorted, because preparation can be enough for one day. Peace can look like a clean shirt laid out for tomorrow, not as pressure, as kindness to your future self. Peace can look like the last swallow of water before sleep, throat cooled, mouth quiet, no more speaking required. Peace can look like the decision to stop checking, stop confirming, stop rehearsing because the night is not for rehearsal. Peace can look like the body becoming heavy in the bed, the mattress receiving you the way clay receives a handprint. Peace can look like the mind becoming simple, not wise, not clever, just simple like a clean bowl. Peace can look like the thought of tomorrow, placed gently on a shelf, not denied, only stored until morning. Peace can look like the last thing you do being nothing at all, only breathing, only letting the cool head do its work. And now we can let the list become even simpler. We can reduce it to the smallest set of objects. Cloth, water, breath, silence. We will keep those four things close, like four corners of a folded cloth. And because four corners is a calming structure, we can visit each corner once more, slowly, and then let it all fade. Four corners expansion. Corner 1, cloth. Cloth is the soft boundary. Cloth is the thing that covers without trapping. It keeps warmth close, but it still lets air through. It touches the skin and reminds the body you are allowed to be held. And if you imagine cloth on the head, it is not a crown of pressure. It is a crown of coolness. It is a reminder that the head can stop being hot. Corner 2, water. Water is the simplest cooling agent. Water is the rinse. Water is the thing that makes clay workable and cloth soft and hands clean. And the gentlest kind of water is not rushing water. It is water sitting in a pot. Water that has stopped trying to go anywhere. And you can borrow that behavior tonight. You can stop trying to go anywhere. Corner 3, breath. Breath is the quiet chain between one moment and the next. In and out. And you do not have to breathe cleverly. You do not have to breathe perfectly. You only have to let breath happen because it already knows how. And when you stop supervising breath, sleep arrives more easily. Corner 4, silence. Silence is the cloth of sound. It covers the sharp edges. It makes room for small noises to be harmless. It lets the nervous system unclench. And in silence, the body can hear what it has been saying all along. I am tired. I'm ready. I can rest now. And now the four corners can fold into one quiet cloth again. And to make the folding feel complete, we can do a small folding countdown. Folding countdown. Fold 1. The day folds in half. Fold 2. The noise folds in half. Fold 3. The worry folds in half. Fold 4. The plans fold in half. Fold 5. The old arguments fold in half. Fold 6. The unfinished tasks fold in half. Fold 7. The words you keep repeating fold in half. Fold 8. the mind becomes small enough to set down. And now we place the folded cloth on the shelf, not far away, just out of the hands. And because this is the deep soak ending, we can do one last micro recap of the whole episode in the simplest language. Micro recap. Òbàtálá. White cloth. Cool water. Quiet head. Slow hands. Patience on the road. Washing. Folding. Returning. And if you are still awake, you can let the recap dissolve into sensation. You do not have to think the words anymore. You can feel the materials. Feel the weight of the blanket even if it is light. Feel the bed receiving the hips and shoulders. Feel the face settling into a neutral expression like a clean bowl turned upside down to dry. And if your mind tries to take back control, you can give it a small, simple job. You can ask it to notice temperature. Is the air on your skin cooler than the air under the blanket? Is the pillow cool at first touch, then warmer as it receives you? And if you cannot tell, that is fine. You can simply imagine coolness arriving anyway, because imagination is also a tool. And now imagine that the white cloth in this story is big enough to cover the whole mind. Not to smother it, to quiet it. The cloth does not argue with thoughts. It only lays down gently the way dust settles when there is no wind. And under the cloth, thoughts become slower. They become less sharp, less urgent, until they are only background like distant water in a pot. And if one thought rises up anyway, you do not have to wrestle it back down. You can treat it like a bubble in that pot of water. It rises, it touches the surface, and it pops. And if another bubble rises, the same thing happens. Rise, touch, pop. And all the while the pot stays a pot. The water stays water. The night stays wide enough to hold a few bubbles without becoming a storm. You have already done the work. You have already cooled the heat. You have already folded the day. You have already placed the bundle on the shelf. So now you can let the body do what bodies do when they are safe and tired. You can let it sink into the bed. You can let the breath become quieter. You can let the mind become simple. And if you want one last image, keep it very small. White cloth resting on the crown. Cool water sitting in a bowl. And breath moving quietly in and out like a tide that does not need you to watch it tonight. No urgency, no performance. Only the quiet permission to sleep. And now we do not need any more words. We only need breath. And now, because we are resting, we can return to breath. Ehmi, into, and out. Cool in, warm out. And if any thought remains, we can place it gently on the white cloth and let it cool down. No argument, no struggle, just cooling. And because the night is wide, we can cool a little longer. We will not add new plot. We will only repeat the materials. White cloth, cool water, quiet breath. white quiet. The white of cloth folded into a rectangle, the edges aligned, the corners meeting without stress. The white of chalk resting in a bowl, dry and powdery, waiting to be used as a calm mark. The white of steam rising from plain food, not dramatic, just proof that something was warmed and then allowed to rest. The white of moonlight on the floor, making a soft shape that does not demand attention. The white of a bowl washed clean, turned upside down to dry, little drops running down and disappearing. The white of cotton pulled apart, gently becoming airy again. The white of foam appearing briefly and then dissolving back into water. The white of bone, steady under skin, doing its quiet job. The white of cloud, drifting without urgency. And because we are making a deep soak, we can extend the white quiet series until it becomes almost hypnotic. The white of a sheet pulled smooth, not tight, just even, like the mind becoming even. The white of a pillowcase cooled by the room, receiving the face without comment, holding the shape and then letting it go. The white of a towel folded on a chair, waiting, not demanding to be used, simply prepared. The white of a bowl of plain rice, grains soft enough that you do not need to fight them with your teeth. The white of rice water, cloudy at first, then clearer as it settles, reminding you that some things clarify when left alone. The white of coconut flesh, firm and quiet, a clean interior protected by a hard shell, like calm protected by boundaries. The white of coconut milk, thin and pale, moving slowly when poured, leaving a soft trail in the bowl before becoming level again. The white of cotton thread on a spool, long and continuous, ready to be woven into something steady. The white of a needle and thread passing through cloth, not fast, not frantic, just repairing, making a small tear become smaller. The white of a lace edge, detailed but calm, repeating its pattern without needing applause, like breath repeating without needing praise. The white of a feather resting on the ground, light enough that it barely leaves a mark, quiet enough that you can almost forget it is there. The white of a snail shell held in the palm, smooth spiral, small world, a reminder that slow curves are still progress. The white of flour dust on a clean surface, a soft powder that can be wiped away easily, like a thought that does not have to stick. The white of soap foam on the hands, brief and useful, rinsed away without leaving a story behind. The white of a clean cup, empty, ready, not thirsty, simply available for water when water is needed. The white of a ceramic plate, plain and steady, holding food without claiming the food, holding without owning. The white of a bead necklace resting in a dish, circles within circles, calm weight in a quiet place. The white of bone beneath skin, still and strong, doing the same job in silence all night long. The white of a moonlit wall, soft rectangle of light that does not heat, only outlines, only suggests. The white of mist at dawn, making distance gentle, making sharp edges blur, giving the world permission to wake slowly. The white of chalk on the fingers, a dry and powdery, reminding you that marks can be light and temporary. The white of a clean floor after sweeping, not shiny, just quiet, the dust settled, the air less busy. the white of a folded handkerchief in a pocket, a small portable order, a piece of calm you can carry. The white of a band of cloth tied gently around a bundle, not tight, just enough to keep things together. The white of water foam at the edge of a pot, appearing and disappearing, like thought appearing and disappearing. The white of an empty page, clean space where nothing needs to be written tonight. The white of a curtain moving slightly with air, not waving, just breathing with the room. The white of steamed yam, plain and warm, not spiced for excitement, only fed for steadiness. The white of a small candle, wax solid and calm, flame steady and small, light enough for gentleness. And now we can repeat the quiet instruction again. Be cool, be plain, be patient enough for small steps. And because our Òbàtálá teaches patience through washing, we can do a washing loop. Washing loop. Lower the cloth. Let it soak. Press it under. Lift it out. Wring it gently. And with each motion, imagine one thought rinsing away. Not forced, not chased, just washed. And now we can do the same loop, but slower. Lower, soak, press, lift, wring. And now we can fold. Folding loop. Fold the day. Fold the morning. Fold the afternoon. Fold the evening. Fold the small disappointments. Fold the unfinished tasks. Fold the unanswered messages. And put them on a shelf. Not to throw them away, just to let them wait until daylight. And because we are building a deep soak, we can add the missing parts of laundry that are usually skipped. Rinse loop extended. Rinse the obvious thought. Rinse the stubborn thought. Rinse the thought that pretends to be helpful but only keeps you awake. Rinse the conversation you replay. Rinse the sentence you wish you said. Rinse the sentence you wish you did not say. Rinse the little image that keeps flashing. Rinse it gently until it fades like soap in water. And now we can do a rinse series by sound, because the mind sometimes holds sound longer than it holds pictures. Sound rinse series. Rinse the loud noise of the day. Rinse the urgent tone. Rinse the sharp word. Rinse the sigh. And under the rinsing, keep only one sound. Bread. Drying loops. Hang the cloth. Let air move through it. Let the cloth become lighter without effort. And now let your body do the same. Let the forehead become lighter. Let the chest become lighter. Let the belly become lighter. Not floating, just less held. Storage loop. Fold the cloth. Place it in a drawer. And now fold the remaining thought. Place it in a drawer. Close the drawer without slamming. Close it softly. And if the thought pops back open, that is fine. We close the drawer again. Softly. Because this is what patience looks like in practice. And now we return to breath again. Emi and in and out. cool in, warm out. We will do a small breath ladder the way you climb a chain link by link. One slow breath, in and out. Two slow breaths, in and out. Three slow breaths, in and out. And if you lose count, that is good. Sleep is allowed to steal the numbers. And while the numbers fade, we can drift through one more slow walk, this time as a quiet walk through an ordinary house. Night House Walk White Cloth Edition. Imagine the house as simple and clean. Not perfect, just calm. We start at the doorway. Shoes lined up without drama. One pair, two pairs, and the floor under them swept clean enough that your feet do not feel great. There is a small bowl near the entrance, not a fancy bowl, just a bowl holding keys or coins or nothing at all. And the bowl is quiet because bowls are patient objects. We walk slowly toward the kitchen. In the kitchen there is a counter wiped down. Not shiny, just plain. There is a cup turned upside down to dry. There is a bowl turned upside down to dry. And there is a towel folded and waiting, not because someone is anxious, because someone finished a task. We can open a cabinet slowly, and inside are more bowls stacked. White bowls, plain bowls, bowls that do not need decoration to do their job. There is water in the house, not a flood, just water stored in a vessel, maybe a bottle, maybe a clay pot. And the water is cool enough that the throat would relax if you drank it. There is soap at the sink, and the soap has no story. It only knows washing. And washing is one of the gentle ways to tell the nervous system it is safe. Now we drift past the kitchen into a small laundry corner. There is cloth hanging. White cloth, not new, soft from repetition. The cloth moves slightly as air moves through it. And the sound is tiny, threads whispering to threads. And beside the hanging cloth, there is a small basket of folded cloth, folded towels, folded shirts, folded plain things that do not demand attention. And the basket itself is a sleep lesson. The basket says the work is done for now. The basket says tomorrow can handle tomorrow. Now we move into a quiet room with a shelf. On the shelf are small white objects. A dish with a few beads. A dish with a piece of chalk. A small folded cloth like a handkerchief. And none of these objects are loud. They are not trophies. They are tools for coolness. And if you look at the shelf long enough, you begin to understand the palette. White, plain, quiet. And now we move toward the bedroom. The bedroom is dim. The bed is simple. Sheet, pillow. And maybe in this story, a white cloth laid near the head like a calm reminder. And the bedroom teaches the final lesson of the house. You do not have to do anything to deserve the bed. The bed is ready. the bed receives, so we can stop walking. We can sit down inside the body. We can lie down inside the breath. And because we still have a little space before rest fully takes you, we can do 2 final close looks. 8. Sweeping. Sweeping is one of the quietest ways to change a room. It does not require force. It does not require speed. It only requires repetition. Imagine a broom. Not a loud broom. A simple broom that makes a soft brushing sound. The broom moves left, then right, then left again. And the dust gathers, not as a disaster, as a proof that small things can be collected. And sweeping is also a good metaphor for thinking. You do not have to chase every thought into a corner. You only have to sweep in a gentle direction, again and again. So we can make a sweeping rhythm. Sweep left, sweep right, sweep left, sweep right. And as you sweep, you do not need to name what you are sweeping. You can sweep the worry. You can sweep the plan. You can sweep the old sentence. You can sweep the new sentence. And the floor becomes quieter. And the mind becomes quieter. 9th, closing the drawer. Closing a drawer is a small ending. And small endings are helpful at night. They teach the body that stopping is allowed. Imagine a wooden drawer. The handle is smooth from touch. The wood has grain. And when you push it closed, you feel a soft resistance, then a gentle slide. You do not slam it. You do not punish it. You close it with respect because you might open it tomorrow. And this is the quiet lesson. You do not have to destroy your thoughts to rest. You can store them. You can close the drawer. And if the drawer opens again in your mind, you close it again, softly. And now the room is quiet enough for the cool head to do its work. And now, because Ọbàtálá is linked to the cool head, we can cool the head again. Cool forehead, cool eyes, cool jaw, cool tongue, cool neck, cool shoulders. And now we can allow everything else to become heavy. Heavy arms, heavy hands, heavy legs, heavy feet. And if your mind wants one last thing to do, we can give it the simplest job. We can list the materials again. Cloth, water, breath, coolness. And now we can let the list fade. Or if you are still awake, we can let it fade more slowly. We can fade it the way cloth fades in water. First the sharp edges soften, then the bright colors thin out. Then what remains is plain, cool, quiet. So we will do a silent series. Silent series. There is the silence of a room after conversation ends, when the air still feels slightly warm from voices. There is the silence of a kitchen after dishes are done, when only the smell of soap remains and the floor is slightly damp and cool. There is the silence of a street late at night, when even the dogs have stopped making decisions about barking. There is the silence of cloth in a drawer, folded and stacked, waiting without impatience. There is the silence of chalk before it touches a surface, a small white stone holding the potential of a mark. There is the silence of water in a pot, not boiling, not moving, simply holding its own coolness. There is the silence of soil after rain, when the ground is heavy and the dust is quiet. There is the silence inside the ear, the way the world becomes softer when you stop trying to listen for problems. There is the silence behind the forehead, where thoughts slow down and begin to drift like cloud. And there is the silence that comes when sleep starts to arrive, when the body stops asking questions. Now we can let the silence series repeat but shorter. Kitchen silence, drawer silence, water silence, soil silence, forehead silence. And now we can return to the white series but with night light. White series, night edition. The white of moonlight on cloth, turning wrinkles into soft hills. The white of cotton pulled apart and then left alone. The white of foam appearing at the edge of a bowl and then sliding back into clear water. The white of steam, not rising fast, just lifting slowly and then disappearing. The white of chalk dust on the fingertips, proof that something was marked and then brushed away. The white of a smooth pebble, pale under a layer of water. The white of a clean wall, plain enough that your eyes do not have to search it. The white of a pillowcase cool on the cheek. The white of a simple bowl turned upside down to dry. And because we are resting, we will not explain anything else. We will only let the images pass by. Now we can do a countdown that is not a test. Just a gentle folding of numbers. 10. Fold. 9. Fold. 8. Fold. 7. Fold. 6. Fold. 5. Fold. 4. Fold. 3. Fold. 2. Fold. 1. And rest. And now one more breath ladder, very small. Imi, ins, and out. In and out. In and out. And if you are still awake, we can keep going without going anywhere. We can do what cloth does when it is handled gently. We can repeat the same calm motions. Soft things extended. The softness of cotton when it has been washed many times, the fibers loosening, the cloth learning how to be gentle. The softness of a pillow, not new, not perfect, but familiar, shaped by many nights of resting. The softness of a blanket that is warm without being heavy, the kind that lets air move while still making you feel held. The softness of the inside of the elbow when the arm relaxes, the skin loosening where it does not have to hold up the day anymore. The softness of the belly when you stop pulling it in, when you let it be ordinary, when you let it rise and fall with breath. The softness of the palms when they are empty, when they are not gripping, when they are allowed to simply rest open. The softness of the eyelids, which are small curtains that can close without permission from anyone. the softness of night air, which is cool enough to calm but not cold enough to demand attention. The softness of quiet sound like a distant fan or a far-off insect or the smallest movement of wind through leaves. The softness of silence, which is not empty but full of the absence of urgency. And because Ọbàtálá is a maker of form, we can return to the body again, slowly. We can imagine the body as a clay figure that has finished its workday. The clay does not need more shaping tonight. It only needs to settle. So we settle the forehead. We settle the cheeks. We settle the jaw. We settle the shoulders. We settle the hands. We settle the feet. And now one more washing loop, but this time we wash the day itself. Wash the morning. Rinse. Wash the afternoon. Rinse. Wash the evening. Rinse. And if any moment was sharp, we do not hold it tightly. We soak it. We press it. We let it release. And now we fold again. Fold the day into a smaller shape. Fold it until it fits on a shelf. Fold it until it becomes quiet. And because your mind likes lists, we can give it another list that does not require solving. Things that can wait until tomorrow. The message you did not reply to. The small task you postponed. The conversation you are still rewriting in your head. The worry that feels important only because it is loud. All of it can wait. And waiting is not neglect. Waiting is a kind of coolness. And now we return to breath one last time. Imi. In. And out. And we can end the way this tradition often ends its quiet statements. Ashe. And the night goes on.